Book 3. Blood. Dragons want two things: everything and everyone. Chapter 1. The Founding. I remember when all of this started. The war had been on for some time. General Washington was struggling to keep the Continental Army together, and the few troops we still had were losing morale. Even Franklin had started to wonder if they had made the right choice. I wasn't supposed to be there that day in Philadelphia. Secrecy was our currency, and it couldn't be spent without caution. Hancock had insisted I show up anyway. So, there I stood, my face covered by a shadow as I leaned against the walls at the back of the hall in a most unladylike way. I could smell their fear. Our foe was sure to retaliate. Tyrant wasn't exactly known for his mercy. No one could guess what the retaliation would be, or how many of us would perish from it.
"Where's that daft fool?"
Jefferson asked, looking around impatiently. As if on cue, the doors beside me flew open. I kept my gaze on the small crowd before me, listening as a man walked into the room, holding a case triumphantly above his head.
"Fellow Americans,"
the man said, drawing everyone's attention to the front of the room.
"With great sacrifice, we've secured our bounty."
I recognized Adams as he stepped into the crowd. Setting the case down on a table by the front of the room, the men around him crowded together in hopes of seeing their prize. Even from where I stood, I could almost taste the black and red magic flowing around it, oozing around their auras above their heads.
"With it, we hold the advantage,"
Adams explained, pointing around the room.
"We will soon force the beast's withdrawal from our country and gain our independence."
Their faces bore expressions of concern. No one seemed reassured. I didn't blame them, considering their foe was one of the evilest dragons ever born from the Earth's core.
"Let's use it and be done with this slaughter,"
someone shouted. Hamilton leapt to his feet nearby.
"And how shall we do that?"
he challenged.
"Do you know magic? Blood magic, perhaps? Does anyone in this meeting know the inner workings of the vile practice our enemy wields against us?"
More men began to argue. Typical, I thought as I listened. Insults and concerns were used interchangeably as these matters of government and rebellion sought a consensus on what step to take. It made sense to me that they feared for their futures. I was sure a few of them dared hope we'd even get the dragon's blood at all.
"At peace!"
someone shouted, bringing the discourse to a sudden stop. Behind Adams, a new figure rose, pointing over the high desk he sat at, as every eye came to rest on him.
"Through pain and death we have secured an edge over our foe. Though we may not know the incantations it wields against our people,"
John Hancock said, slowly pointing from the case over to me.
"I have called someone to our meeting who does."
I felt their eyes on me, most viewed through the lens of suspicion. The few that didn't were supported by surprise. As I mentioned, I shouldn't have been in attendance that day.
"Why is she with us?"
Samuel Adams asked, looking at Hancock. The president of the Congress tilted his head, as if he didn't know. It made me smile beneath my shadowy veil.
"Step forward, please,"
Rush asked politely. Who was I to refuse? An old friend, a source of comfort as the fighting raged on, a believer in their cause. None of this warranted a refusal. Besides, it wasn't as though these men hadn't seen my face before. I moved from my place in the shadows, offering a respectful curtsy. Before I'd even finished, I heard Madison bring a chair forward. "Thank you, sirs," I said, accepting the seat. I could feel their gazes begin to soften as I sat before them, the distrust drying up as I placed my hands together in my lap.
"Ma'am,"
Morris said, stepping forward as his peg leg clunked against the wooden floorboards.
"are you able to use it for our advantage? Was his blood worth getting?"
What an interesting question that was. On the one hand, of course I could. Magic came as naturally to me as breathing did to all of them. Even the foulest sort, like blood magic, would be well within my abilities. Even so, I held my tongue.
"What if she uses it against us?"
someone dared ask. In an instant, the hall erupted into shouts and accusations. Men battled back and forth with words and assumptions. All the while, I kept my head down. Now was not the time to speak. These men were no fools, and the concern they held was most justified. Of course, had it been any other human group, I'd have frozen them all in an instant for such imprudence. But these men had earned the right to ask such things. And so I waited as they offered their fears to one another, knowing that soon the time to offer my help would arrive. It always would. Gradually, Hancock secured the peace once more.
Gentlemen, the choice is clear,
he said, motioning around the room as discourse stopped. Even Franklin sat back in his seat, clearly still with much to say, as always.
On this day we have been given our foe's life. Our Lady Liberty sits by, ready to use it against him if called to do so.
He stopped, letting everyone follow his gaze back to me.
Unless she bears hesitation,
he offered, waiting. I dared lift my head, meeting their gazes with respect. How I wanted to jump from my seat and assure them that victory was ours, that our foe was indeed at our mercy. Through great sacrifice and loss, we had earned tyrant's surrender, even if it hadn't been offered in writing yet. Oh, how I wished I could tell them what securing his blood truly meant, the hope that it offered us all. Instead, I spoke softly, my words full of every speck of love I carried for them, and this new nation they had fought so hard for. Gentlemen, I said, seeing their auras swirl in the air above their heads, not even 100 years' time will spare the dragon from the power we now hold over him. Whispers of concern soon began to form between them. Their minds seemed captivated by my assurance, even as they started to break off into various groups. Gazes were cast at the small vial on the table at the center of the meeting hall, every man beginning to wonder if victory had really been gained. I remained seated, my eyes soon falling upon my own hands. I knew the power they held, even in this form. With them and the magic I had built up over time, I could help them see an end to this war for independence. Our freedoms would be guaranteed, our people released from the servitude they'd endured for far too long. Our foe would be cast out, at least for a time. But I knew then, as I know now, that we would need help. The dragon could, by his manipulation and deceit, earn the blood of any member of our nation, even our world, and with it commit all manner of evil. None were free of his temptations, and every soul lost to his side could have a hand in our downfall. We would need those not of our world, ones who could break out of the dragon's whispers. We will need those that he cannot reach, I muttered, sure no one could hear me.
And can you bring them here, safe and sound?
The voice of John Hancock drew my attention, and I found him standing before me. His eyes were soft, and that blasted smile filled his face. Offering me his hand, he winked as his question hung in the air above my head. Hesitating, I took it and rose to my feet as everyone watched us in anticipation. I can, I said, looking deep into his eyes. Gripping his hand tightly, I spoke as softly as I could. And if need be, I will help them slay dragons. Chapter 2. The Legendary Library. James was really starting to hate magic portals. Whump. Landing headfirst on the dusty floor, he felt the dirty tiles crack under his weight. Had he still been in his human body, he might have broken his nose. Good thing he wasn't human anymore, at least on the outside. Groaning to himself, James rolled onto his back, his broad shoulders taking up enough space to hide a large dog. He felt some of his horns stabbing into the ground behind him as he gritted his sharp teeth. Reaching up and rubbing the rough scales across his head, he caught his breath as the portal above him closed. As it did, he felt Anna's aura disappear. For some reason, that hurt more than the ground had. "Bro, I'm blind!" Mace cried beside him, holding his head and rolling around in the dirt like he was on fire. "Mace, is that you?" Charlie asked, crawling around with his eyes closed. It didn't take him long to collide head first with a nearby wall. Geniuses, James thought, getting up. Looking away from his college roommates, he remembered something Anna Sophia had said back at the Hawaiian base. Something about trolls being neat freaks and having self-fixing suits. Looking at himself, he noticed the dirt stains covering his two-piece already starting to fade. The blue gleam and perfectly stitched hems of his large coat and pants began to shine like gems. Soon enough, he was back to looking like the best-dressed yellow dragon man in history. He had to give it to Syrian. He'd picked a good suit to wear to his attempted kidnapping. "Charlie, are you there?" Mace asked, staggering to his feet. He looked right at James, but his gaze seemed distant. "I think my vision's coming back." "I'm over here," Charlie said, also getting to his feet. For a moment, James felt his blood go cold. Maybe they really had gone blind. "Wait, who's..." Mace asked, walking over to James. Slowly looking up, he made eye contact with him. His eyes grew wide as James snarled down at him. "It's me, idiot," James growled, grabbing Mace's arm before he could scream. "It's James. Still a troll, by the way." "James?" Charlie asked nearby, putting his glasses back on. "Charlie?" James sighed, letting Mace go and looking around. "I just said it was me." "Oh, thank heavens," Charlie said, leaning against the wall. "I thought you left us again." Schlock. Something in the ceiling above them moved, sending puffs of dust down around them. James and Mace stared in terror as gears and mechanisms flexed through the walls around them, pushing bricks out of place as the sound of an ancient moving part filled their ears. Slowly looking over at Charlie, they both saw the tall blonde college boy staring back at them in terror. "Guys?" He gulped, pulling his hand away from the wall, revealing a hidden switch that remained pressed in. "Oh, come on," James thought. The walls began to slide back, the room expanding into a large tunnel and revealing metal tracks that ran along the floor. At the end of them, something big turned on. Sparks from the long dormant machinery illuminated the large wedge, the bottom of it caked with splatters of something James didn't want to think about. "Time to run!" Mace yelled, turning and sprinting down the opposite side of the tunnel. "Wait!" Charlie yelled, grabbing him by the collar of his jersey before he could get far. "Whoa!" James turned around and saw through the darkness. His eyes began to pick up some kind of aura through the void behind them. It was coming from thousands of small worms, all clamoring around rows of jagged spikes. Looking back at the wedge as it slowly rolled down the tunnel towards them, James realized exactly what kind of trap this was. "Oh, dude!" Mace cried, holding on to Charlie as the wedge began to slide towards them. "This might be it, man!" Charlie yelled, closing his eyes as the wedge began to pick up speed. James looked down at his arm. Thinking back to the battle back at the White House, he felt heat begin to surge from his skin. Looking back at the danger before them, he wondered if maybe, just maybe, he could call on his fire once more. But what about Charlie and Mace? If he used that power again, would they burn to a crisp like Maurice? Was that really worse than getting skewered on the rows of spikes behind them? No time. "Guys!" James yelled over his shoulder as he held his arm towards the wedge. "Close your eyes!" "I already am!" Charlie yelled back. With a deep breath, James focused on the heat he felt beginning to burn beneath his suit coat. He recalled what he'd seen Syrian do back when this had been his body. He remembered the beautifully terrifying orange and yellow flames rolling up his sleeve as he turned Maurice to ash. With a single thought, James called those flames to cover his arm once more. "I thought you hated them," the deep voice said in the back of his mind. It was laughing at him, mocking him as he felt nothing coming from his arm. Rocks were crushed into dust beneath the wedge's might as the voice returned. "You're going to need to be smarter than that if you want to survive." Clenching his claws, James felt his frustration boil over. He wasn't going to die here, and neither were his friends. Everyone who'd survived the attack on the Capitol was counting on them. They needed to find whatever weapons Anna Sophia had said were hidden down here so they could slay the dragon. They were going to save everyone, and no murder wedge in a dark tunnel was going to stop them. Roaring, James charged the death machine. Leaping at it, claws outstretched and jaws open, he felt his whole body jolt back as he collided with the concrete structure. Rock broke and metal gears shattered under the force of the blow. Digging his claws into its thick metal plating, James instinctively bit through the top of it, tearing it apart like a T-Rex ripping off the head of a Triceratops. Wheels screamed under the sudden attack as the metal tracks along the side of the tunnel broke, sending bolts flying in every direction. The walls around them rumbled and groaned as the wedge was ripped apart. Sparks and dirt flew in every direction as Charlie and Mace screamed and fell to their knees. All the while, James roared, tearing the trap apart with his claws and teeth. The terrible screeching slowly died away. As it did, Mace and Charlie opened their eyes just in time to see a bent metal wheel roll by. Falling into the darkness behind them, it vanished over the edge, landing on a spike with a loud clank. Letting each other go, Charlie and Mace slowly rose to their feet and looked back at James, standing in a cloud of dust nearby. Spitting a metal rod out of his mouth, James kicked a rock back in the direction the wedge had come from. As he did, he looked back at them with a primal glare that sent shivers down their spines. Charlie gulped. James? The well-dressed troll softened its gaze on them, putting its arms down and taking a deep breath. After a moment, they watched it make sure the sleeves of its suit were still secure, before slowly walking right over to them. Kneeling down, it reached a dirt-covered claw towards their heads as the stains and tears began to fade from its suit. You two good? James asked. He expected his roommates to shudder and scream again. At this point, he was starting to get used to the looks of horror at almost everything he said and did. Instead of screaming, Mace leapt up and gave his claw a huge high five. That was awesome, bro! He yelled, jumping up and punching the air. You totally wrecked that thing! That was so cool! It didn't take Charlie long to jump in. Dude, that was cooler than wrestling, he said, also smacking the inside of his massive palm with his hand. James didn't know what to say. Thanks, I guess, James muttered, standing up and looking back at his handiwork. It looked like a pipe bomb had gone off, leaving cracked ground and broken walls amidst the rubble. Metal bits and gears were scattered all around them, with the metal track bent all out of shape, the ends still bouncing in the air. Hey, guys, Charlie said, tapping Mace and James on the arm. I think there's a death trap behind us. Oh, yeah, there is, James said, walking with Mace and Charlie back in the direction the wedge had come from. Lots of spikes. Mace whistled, like that one movie about the guy that fights Nazis. Captain USA, right? Charlie asked. Don't say a word, James told himself, rolling his eyes. As he led his college roommates into the dimly lit tunnel, he felt Mace tap his arm. Hey, dude, thanks for the save, Mace admitted. His face wore a smirk that made James want to hit him. Does this mean we're cool? James stopped walking. He thought about what he'd called them in his head a moment ago. Had he been serious about that? Calling them his friends? After thinking about it for a moment, James sighed and tried to smile back. Yeah, I guess we are, he admitted. Me too? Charlie asked, walking up beside them and sliding his glasses back over his nose. Mace gently shoved him. No way, dude, you set the trap off. Fair point. All right, I promise not to do it again, Charlie said, holding up 3 fingers. Scout's honor. The 3 of them snickered as they walked further into the tunnel, unaware that something far more dangerous than a wedge was waiting for them. Chapter 3. Shaken Up. We'll make this right. The words hung in the air like smoke over a roaring flame. As silence eclipsed the hall, Anna Sophia felt her breath catch in her throat. She looked down at her notes, her cheeks hot as she felt the camera zoom in on her. The few officers in the room remained quiet. She knew exactly what all of them were thinking. She knew she'd crossed a line she couldn't recover from. Going forward, the people would see her as just another mouthpiece, spraying whatever her fellow govies wanted the world to think across their screens. She had thought the same thing about the leaders of the nation when she was younger, and now here she was, lying to the public in a vain attempt to retain control. At least, that was what the rest of the world would think. Her butterfly wings wilted against her back. This was awful, and with Mr. Russo having been reassigned and the president trapped in the Library of Congress, she had no one left to lean on. Taking a shaky breath, Anna Sophia prepared to finish her statement as a few tears began to fall from her face. My fellow Americans, please hear me. She looked up from her notes, feeling the sharp gaze of Miss Houston from behind her. She knew any deviation from the script would not end well. Then again, considering what she and Mr. Russo had done in sending James and his friends away, it couldn't get any worse than it already was. Everyone, Anna Sophia said shakily, gazing straight into the camera. Please, please stay alive. Help is coming. We will not abandon you. The red light of the camera faded to green, and the lights brightened back up. Everyone began to break their formations, and Anna quickly reached up and dried her tears. Her expression fell, and she heard Miss Houston approach her. A wonderful performance, Madam Vice President, the old witch said, reaching around Anna and taking the script away from her. Thank you, ma'am, Anna Sophia said, flexing her wings. It felt so good to be in clothes that accommodated her biology. Where will you be heading next? Miss Houston asked, looking over the script. She knew what the witch was doing. I'll be resting in the bunker, ma'am, Anna Sophia said, looking around at the rest of the room. Everyone seemed to be clearing out rather quickly. Good. You've earned it, Miss Houston said. With that, the old woman in purple turned and followed a few communication officers out a set of double doors. As she left, Anna Sophia heard the sergeant walking up. As always, his footsteps were quiet and his voice stayed firm. Back to the bunker, Madam Vice President? He asked. Sighing loudly, Anna Sophia let her head droop. Yes, Sergeant, let's go. Keeping her head down, Anna Sophia felt her wings begin to beat as she rose off the ground. Tilting her head to the side, she gave the muscular soldier the most tired look she could cook up. You won't let anyone in to bother me, will you? The sergeant stared at her, his heavily scarred face showing no emotion. After a moment, he looked away as they both moved over to the door. Only if they outrank me, ma'am, he said. Typical, Anna Sophia thought. Neither of them said a word as they made their way back through the Hawaiian base, passing wounded soldiers and tired personnel walking through the halls. Everyone was so busy in whatever they were doing, no one seemed to notice the vice president and her bodyguard as they passed them by. The whole situation was a mess. Before the attack on the Capitol, Anna Sophia knew she would never have been allowed to mingle among the rank-and-file troops like this. Everything would have always been top security, and the sergeant would have been far from her only source of protection. However, since DC had fallen and the dragon had announced that it was now in charge, everything seemed to be falling apart. Soon enough, they reached a hallway void of almost anyone. A silver set of double doors stood before them, and after inputting a code on the wall, Anna watched them slide open as the musky smell of an old office hit her nostrils. Rest well, ma'am, the sergeant said, posting up the doors. Thank you, Sergeant, Anna Sophia said, letting her feet touch the ground as the doors closed behind her. The bunker looked a lot like a meeting room, with a few screens at the front and a conference table alone at its center. On the left sat a small mattress built into the wall, wrapped in gray sheets with no comforter or pillow. Walking over to it, Anna Sophia removed her shoes and flopped down on top of it with a thud, groaning into the sheets as she felt her own aura sputter around her. Turning her head to the side, as usual, her mind drifted to thoughts of Mark, the man who had proposed to her on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, and the one who had told her time and time again that she could be the first fairy VP in the nation's history. He had been the only person in DC to ever see her as more than just another hick from Kansas. Mark, who had loved her more than anyone, and who now sat alone in a holding cell up in Alaska as a terrible human polar bear mutant. Such was the fate of all who accepted the dragon's offer, and even now, Anna still didn't know why he'd done it. Closing her eyes, she tried to forget him, to not let her memories of him fill her mind as despair began to sink into the room. The time they'd sat alone in Mark's apartment, sitting on either side of his tiny dining room table and watching the news as reports of an increase in mutants filled their ears. Mark had dismissed the claims then, shaking his head and wondering why anyone would give in to those dark thoughts when everyone knew the outcome. Real tears silently trickled down Anna's face, leaving trails of heat across her cheeks. A pain welled up in her chest, punching her ribcage as she rolled onto her side. He'd lied to her. He'd made some selfish decision that ruined their hopes of being together, and all for something she still didn't understand. Why had he done it? Whatever it had been, couldn't he have just been patient? Couldn't he have waited until they'd settled down and she'd gotten her position? Couldn't he have just clued her into whatever it was he wanted? Anna covered her eyes as she rolled onto her back, her wings crumpling under her. She had to stop doing this, acting like it had been her fault Mark had mutated. It wasn't, and she knew it wasn't. So why couldn't she stop blaming herself for what had happened? Why couldn't she just move on already? The minutes rolled by, and no matter how much she tried, the pain didn't cease.
Go get it.
Anna opened her eyes. Looking around the bunker, she didn't see anyone, nor feel their auras. She was certain she was the only one here. Yet that had been more than a thought. It had almost been like a voice in the back of her mind.
Put it on.
The thought came again. It sounded so firm, as though her emotions were snapping her out of this misery spell. Getting out of the bed, Anna looked around the musky office bunker. No one here but her. Where was that voice coming from? A radio, perhaps? Or a magical communication from Miss Houston, maybe? That didn't make any sense. Her mind raced as she wiped her nose with her sleeve. She knew what the thought was telling her to get. She also knew it would only make things worse. But at this point, did it really matter? She couldn't get any more miserable than she already was. Walking up to a built-in set of shelves on the wall opposite the conference table, she quickly pulled open the one that held her personal effects. Reaching inside, she felt a small box that was covered in blue fabric. It felt like it weighed over 1,000 pounds as she dragged it in front of her face. Just looking at it felt like a mistake, but her heart begged her to open it. Slowly snapping it open, the small ring inside shimmered in the light of the bunker. Taking the ring out, she stared at the single white gem carefully secured in it. Without waiting, she slid it down over her left ring finger. It was cold to the touch, yet putting it on filled her aching chest with warmth. For just a moment, she could almost feel Mark placing it on her finger, and the embrace that came right after.
Doesn't that feel better?
Madam Vice President, a voice called from behind. Anna snapped out of her trance. Dropping the ring box, she quickly shut the shelf and turned around. As always, Miss Houston's face was there to greet her from one of the screens above the conference table, now facing her direction. "Ah, there you are," the old witch said, looking at her disapprovingly. "You should freshen up once our call concludes." Anna Sophia bit back a sharp reply. She could feel how stiff her wings were against her back. She could only imagine how the rest of her body probably looked. "What is it, Madam Secretary?" Anna asked, putting her hands behind her back. The old witch cleared her throat. "I've gotten reports that the dragon's mutants are having some trouble spreading past DC's borders. We're investigating why." Having trouble? With what exactly, she wondered. The military was in shambles, and the people had no reason to oppose the dragon's rule. The mutants should be doing victory laps from coast to coast at this point. "Well, that's wonderful," Anna Sophia said, rubbing the ring on her finger. "What is that?" Miss Houston asked, pointing at the screen. Anna's heart sank. Like a guilty child caught with the cookie jar, she held up her hand. "It's mine," Anna Sophia said, the single clear jewel in the center shimmering in the dim light from the screen. Miss Houston scoffed and waved it away. "You need to let that go." "What?" Anna Sophia felt rage boiling inside her as she stared back at the screen. The older woman looked like some terrible art render, her skin unnaturally soggy and her eyes lacking humanity and color.
"Teach her a lesson."
Before she could stop herself, Anna Sophia felt her anger spewing from her mouth like dragon fire. "Let it go? Mark's the only reason I'm here!" Miss Houston snapped her fingers. In an instant, the witch stood before Anna Sophia, glaring down at her. However, her purple aura remained calm and collected. "Watch your tone, Madam Vice President," she warned. Embarrassment filled the young fairy's mind. She felt her wings droop behind her as she stood under the witch's gaze. She placed a hand over her mouth, wishing with all her might that magic could take away her outburst. Where had that even come from? She wasn't one to lose her cool like that. Before she could feel any worse, Anna felt the old woman reach out and pull up her hand bearing the ring. "Relics like this invite bad luck. You know this," she said, letting her go. Anna Sophia couldn't help but hold her wrist. It's the only thing." Miss Houston held up a hand. "My dear, I understand you feel a great weight on your shoulders, but the last thing the country needs." Once more, the rage boiled within her. "The country is lost, Miss Houston. We lost!" Anna Sophia screamed, pointing at the screens. The world is burning before our eyes, and you're worried about appearances? We should be rallying the country to fight back, not begging people to stay alive. Anna, you're acting like a child. And you're acting like there's still something worth fighting for, Anna Sophia said, feeling a great fire well up within her chest. Without waiting a moment longer, she grabbed her ring and pulled it off her finger. Swiftly, she grabbed Miss Houston's wrinkly hand and placed the small trinket in it before closing her fingers around it. Real tears fell down her face as all the hopelessness and anxiety she had been holding back began to flow out. You take it. I'm going back to him. She turned to go, walking towards the door as she heard Miss Houston clear her throat. Back to who, ma'am? Holding up her hands, Anna Sophia felt her magic begin to leak from under her eyes, mixing in with her tears in a dark stream. With a flick of her fingers, the doors opened and revealed an empty hallway. It only took a moment for Sergeant Marbo to lean around the corner and see what's going on. Anna Sophia took a deep and shaky breath. She knew in her heart what she wanted, and there was nothing on earth that would stop her from getting it. I'm going back to Mark. Chapter 4. Return of the Blade. Rocks and soil washed across Milo's head as he tumbled this way and that, bashing his body around the deep hole until coming to a painful and sudden stop at the bottom. Everything ached, from his head to his shoulders to the end of his tail. Uncontrollable shivers shot down his spine, as though the ground was sending electricity through his body. Taking a shaky step forward, he felt his second head groan. What have you done now, Milo? Gillian shouted, seizing control of their body. They began feeling around the walls of the muddy tunnel, spraying dirt everywhere as their claws tore gashes through the soil. This was wrong. Everything about this was wrong. Wherever they were, it was no place for one of the dragon's top assassins. Using his sense of smell, Milo felt the damp air of the cave flood his senses. It didn't match the capital at all. Where was the ashy stench that hung over everything? They couldn't have fallen that far. Blast it, where are we, Milo? Tell me where you've led us this time, Gillian yelled. Without giving his brother the chance to do anything stupid, Milo took back control of the body, standing up straight and gazing through the darkness around them. After only a moment, he felt his eyes adjust to the lack of light. Even with his nocturnal vision, he couldn't see the end of the tunnel before them. This can't be right, Milo admitted, looking back up the way they'd come. Well, take us back to the surface! The dragon will think we've abandoned... Gillian stopped, sniffing loudly as his scarred face twisted in confusion. Wait, what happened? I can't... Looking at the ceiling, Milo realized what his brother was hinting at. The way back was completely sealed. Reaching towards it, he didn't see a single opening or crack. Maybe this is the dragon's doing? Milo said, starting to walk forward. The thought made him shiver. He couldn't help but recall their last interaction with their master. He could still feel the flames dancing across his fur. Just the memory alone made him shiver and grab his shoulders. I can't feel the master's presence anymore, Gillian whispered, looking around. It's all right, Milo said, taking them down the tunnel. He'll find us again. He always does. Don't lie to me, brother, Gillian snarled. We're lost now, all because of you. Milo stopped. His claws began to shake in anger as he reached up and seized the scruff of Gillian's neck. His brother gagged as he pulled back as hard as he could. Not another word, Gillian, or I'll tear you off my shoulder and leave you for dead, Milo growled. Shockingly, Gillian stopped talking. Taking advantage of the peace, Milo's mind raced as he pondered their next move. So far, it looked like the only thing they could do was follow the tunnel. If they were lucky, then maybe they would find a route back to the surface. Following the path, Milo walked around corners and past dark stones that littered the walls and floors. Strangely, Gillian stayed quiet for their entire journey, only cursing Milo's name after they nearly tripped on a rock that jutted up from the ground. The peace was nice. It gave Milo a chance to think. He remembered running through the remains of the capital, the fear of their master as fresh as ever in his mind. He had stopped before a long, dark wall of names, surrounded by ash like most things in D.C. Gillian had tried to harm him, and in their scuffle, They'd fallen through a strange hole at the base of the memorial. Scratching his head, he wondered what it meant. Had it been a trap? Was the dragon punishing him for something? The more he thought about it, the less sense it made. Only then did he spot their next obstacle. "Oh, that's just dandy," Milo muttered, putting away his thoughts and looking from one path to the other. A fork in the tunnels. Wasn't that just typical? Nothing indicated which direction they should go. No smells, no sounds, just more dirt and confusion. It was like an artist had drawn the same image on both sides of a canvas. "What now?" Gillian asked. "Why did we stop?" "There's a split in the path," Milo admitted. His ears drooped down onto his head as he looked back. The path they'd been on looked just like the two tunnels before them. "A split? I don't smell anything different," Gillian said, panic starting to rise in his voice. "Do something, Milo! Get us back to the capital now!" "Just shut up!" Milo shouted, looking again between the two paths. "I'm thinking." "Think harder!" Gillian yelled back, grabbing Milo's head with their claws. "I refuse to perish down here. Just pick a path so we could get back." Suddenly, footsteps came from the path behind them. Their fur stood on end as the unseen danger grew closer. Their ears twitched as both brothers knew what to do. Reaching to their belt, Milo carefully pulled out Var's favorite hunting knife and held it tightly. As the footsteps stopped, Milo spun around. The intruder jumped back, smacking the knife out of their claw with the handle of a silver cane. "Good heavens," the man said, encased in the darkness around them. "Is someone there?" Milo waited within the darkness of the tunnel as the man stood at the ready, cane up and ready to strike again. After a moment of silence, the man reached into his satchel and pulled out a small lantern. As green light filled the tunnel around them, Milo couldn't believe who he saw standing before him. "Ah, there you are," the man said, holding up his lantern and revealing a plague doctor mask covering his face. "I wondered who was trying to stab me." Milo was stunned. Who in the world was this? Why was he dressed like that? How did he even get down here? "I'm just passing through," the plague doctor said, pointing at the split in the road. "Hope it's not too much of a bother." "Milo? Who is that? Why can't I pick up a scent?" Gillian snarled, looking around as his blind eyes searched in vain. "Who are you?" Milo asked, reaching for his knife. The plague doctor chuckled before tipping the brim of his Mad Hatter-looking top hat. "Not important to this story. For now, you should worry about finding the president." The plague doctor stepped right past Milo, walking down the left path as though his journey hadn't been interrupted. "Wait!" Gillian shouted, taking control of their body and spinning them around. "Where does the tunnel lead?" Light from the lantern filled the left tunnel, creating a ring of green light against the moist walls. The air carried an overpowering dampness into their noses as wet mud splashed beneath the doctor's feet. As he traveled further and further into the void, Milo heard him say something over his shoulder. "Choose the right, Milo," the mysterious plague doctor said, his voice growing distant. "You'll know what to do." Chapter 5. The Water Monster. The mud splashed beneath James's feet as he waded further into the large pool of filthy, stagnant water, trying not to gag. He felt Charlie cough, his feet tapping against his large chest. "Excuse me," he muttered, adjusting his position on top of his right shoulder. "Dude," Mace said from James's other shoulder, grabbing onto his horns and leaning around them. "You didn't sneeze, you coughed. Why did you say excuse me when you cough?" Charlie shrugged, looking down at James. "Just being polite. It's not weird." "It's a little weird," James admitted, wading further through the dark water as the not-so-distant speck of dry ground across the large room grew closer. "I just hope that you're not getting sick." "Oh, me too," Mace said, tapping James's horns to some beat only he knew. "As if we don't have enough to worry about down here." The water sloshed around his legs as his dress pants proved how good they were at holding moisture. Nearby, James heard water dripping from the ceiling. For some reason, he couldn't stop thinking about that one scene from those Ring Lord movies when that giant octopus tried to drown everyone. Charlie sniffled again as the water got a little deeper. "I thought this was supposed to be some kind of library," he muttered, looking around. There were torches that dotted the distant sides of the walls, which made navigating a little easier for James, since he didn't have to describe everything to his human companions. Bro, James is a yellow dragon man with more gains than that guy from the Ancient Spice commercials, Mace pointed out. Yeah, so? Hawaii had giant robots and a human sized fairy chick. Charlie and Mace both shared a look. I don't see your point. The point is, Mace said, looking out across the dangerous water as they traveled further away from the entrance to this room. Maybe this is a normal library in this world. I mean, all that's missing is the kitchen sink, if you know what I mean. He wasn't too far off, thought James. Of every bizarre thing he'd experienced so far in this odd other world, a large room flooded with disease filled still water wasn't that strange, especially considering the whole summon someone from another world to be president thing. In what universe did it make sense to summon a college student to become the next commander in chief? James could only sigh. He'd given up trying to figure out how everything in this place worked. It was kind of nice not having that headache punching him in the side of his brain anymore. Did you guys hear that? May suddenly asked, standing on his shoulder. James stopped walking, looking around as the sounds of the water sloshing between his legs filled their ears. He didn't see anything besides the landmass ahead of them, leading to a doorway that he assumed would lead to the next chamber. He couldn't sense any auras down here either, besides Mace and Charlie's, of course. What are you talking about, Mace? James asked, turning his body to the left. Still nothing as far as he could see. That! I'm talking about that, Mace said, looking around nervously. Bro, this isn't funny, Charlie said, also looking around in a panic. I'm not joking. There's something out there, Mace said, holding onto one of James's horns while leaning forward. It sounds like, whoa! Splash. James felt Mace fall off his shoulder into the water. Without wasting a moment, James reached in and pulled Mace back out, sputtering and flailing around. It took all his strength, but somehow James stopped himself from laughing. Aw, that's great, Mace coughed, spitting and brushing the water out of his eyes. I hate it here. Charlie's muffled laughter came from James's shoulder. It didn't take long for both of them to crack. Shut up, Mace started to say. Something sloshed through the water behind them. James stopped laughing, slowly turning his head as the tips of yellow spines dipped beneath the murky water. Bro, you're all wet now, Charlie laughed. Charlie, James growled. The tall blonde boy stopped laughing. I want to go home, Mace whispered, shivering in James's grasp. The water sloshed once more, the waves of trash sloshing against James's suit as they all looked to the right. Whatever James had been expecting to see, it certainly wasn't this. The most horrific sea serpent they'd ever seen was sticking out of the shallow water nearby, its multiple eyes all focused on James, the many tendrils that grew from behind its horns waving through the air like grass during a windstorm. A guttural hiss came from within the monster's throat as it rose further out of the water, looking down on them with a primal hunger. James spotted a tag of some kind stapled into the creature's gooey flesh, with the words, Made in the USA printed on it. Run, May said, starting to struggle in James's claw. Now, dude, run! Screeching like 1,000 metal knives across a chalkboard, the sea serpent lunged. Thinking fast, James tossed Charlie and Mace away into the dirty water just before the monster brought its open jaws down on him. With a sickening crunch, the beast snapped James up. Its long and sharp teeth stabbed right through his suit and skin, making him cry out in pain. James! Charlie sputtered just as the sea serpent dragged the well-dressed dragon man below the surface. The murky water seemed to open beneath them, stretching down into an endless pit as both college boys struggled to swim away. Diving further beneath the surface, the aquatic snake tore James through the nasty water, biting through his yellow flesh and snapping his troll bones. James screamed underwater and looked behind him, seeing a trail of yellow liquid stretching through the water behind him as his muffled roars carried through the surf. Typical. The voice in the back of James's mind sounded so loud, it overtook his pain as he heard it scoff. With every word it spoke, time seemed to slow down.
And you're supposed to slay me?
Each time the voice spoke, it angered James. He thought of the terrible dragon he'd seen the day he'd lost his human body. It had mocked him then, just like it mocked him now. The more he thought of the dragon, the more the voice laughed at his pain.
Here you are, wearing skin forged from magic and blood, and you can't even free yourself from a single serpent sentry.
The voice chuckled as James felt the sea serpent thrash him around within the water. As it did, he felt himself smacking against the monster's head as it whipped him back and forth. Without thinking, James opened his jaws and bit down, feeling his teeth sink into one of the creature's eyes.
Interesting.
The sea serpent hissed monstrously, releasing him from its jaws and thrashing under the water as James kept his jaws latched onto the snake's solid black eye. The beast tore through the filthy water, snapping its jaws as James felt his body slowly repairing itself. As it did, he saw a spark of light crawling up the side of the monster's long body. The full force of a lightning bolt tore through James' submerged body as the sea serpent finally whipped him off, a chunk of its eye in his jaws. His body floated in the dark abyss, ripped and torn from the monster's jaws as his strength continued to bleed away. The darkness seemed to get heavier as he felt himself sink. It couldn't end like this. Everyone was counting on them. Anna Sophia was counting on him. Charlie and Mace, had they gotten away? They had to be safe. James couldn't let them and the rest of the world down. His eyes began to close as the darkness started to absorb him. As James began to sink, he heard Anna Sophia's voice in the back of his mind. Trolls can become anyone they eat. Wait a second. James' eyes shot open. Using the last of his strength, he forced himself to swallow the eel's eye chunk, water, and nasty flesh filling his stomach as he tried focusing on the great sea serpent's form. Its body, the sounds it made, the way it moved, everything about it filled his mind, even as the pain began to overwhelm him.
Only one shot.
The sea serpent swam around, its eye bleeding a trail of black blood as something began to form in the water above it. Against the dim light of the surface, it saw the remains of its kill. The yellow creature's body lay spread out through the waves as a torch was thrown overhead, illuminating the intruder's mangled body before splashing into the murky water. As a second torch hit the surface, the silhouette changed to something long and deadly. "Where is he?" Mace yelled from the shore, tossing another torch with all of his might into the nasty still water nearby. Charlie gasped for air beside him, looking frantically across the disrupted surface. Nothing stood out. Yelling in anger, Mace looked around for a rock to throw. Finding one, he grabbed it and chucked it as hard as he could at the turbulent water. It hit the waves with a slap, sinking below the surface into the murky void. Nothing came up. No sign of James or the monster anywhere. Standing there defeated, Mace looked at Charlie as his body began to tremble. Looking back over the murky water, Mace begged the waves to turn over their friend, to show some sign that James had managed to pull a win out of nowhere, that he'd saved them again. Instead, the surface of the water began to settle as Charlie caught his breath and rose to his feet. Stumbling over to him, the blond boy ripped off his glasses and tossed them aside. Leaning on Mace, Charlie began to take off his shirt and shoes. As he undressed, Mace looked at him in confusion. Before he could ask what he was doing, Mace watched Charlie wade out into the water. Once far enough into it, the blond boy dove beneath the dirty waves and disappeared from view. "Charlie!" Mace yelled, reality catching up to him. Below the water, Charlie swam deeper and deeper below the surface as his pants slowed him down. It was pitch black, and the further he went into the void, the less he could see. The space was vast, and more than once, Charlie found himself wondering if the giant snake was right next to him. A terrible hiss came from below. Looking down, Charlie nearly choked on the water around him as he saw what was going on beneath. There, no more than a few yards away within the darkness, was a sea serpent. A large yellow sea serpent. Charlie couldn't believe his eyes.
He watched as it finished biting through the other sea serpent's head, crunching through its flesh as though it were made of paper. A flash of electricity came from the smaller serpent, lighting up the void around them and making Charlie close his eyes. He opened them to the sound of something tearing. The yellow serpent shrugged off the electric attack, finishing the smaller sea serpent off with another powerful chomp right through its neck. As the two halves of the beast sank down into the void below, the yellow sea serpent spotted Charlie. Screaming through the water, Charlie tried to swim back towards the surface, just as the yellow aquatic beast lunged. The snake's head slammed into him, pushing him through the water and up and out through the surface. Charlie flew through the air, landing with a thud on the shore nearby. "Holy cannoli!" Mace screamed, grabbing Charlie. "Get up! Get up!" The water's surface began to calm as the yellow sea serpent looked down on the two college boys. Its terrible tendrils flared behind its head as electricity surged through its body and into the water around it. Leaning in close to them, its flesh began to slosh and morph as it began to shrink. Charlie and Mace watched in terror as the yellow creature changed before their eyes. After a moment or two, the squishy beast stood up on the edge of the shore and straightened its tie. "Ugh," James muttered, using his claws to pick pieces of eel flesh from his teeth. Tasted like uncooked salmon. Chapter 6. Old Friends. Prepare for launch. The order came as the hatch door to one of the last remaining iron golems closed. Its interior, still decorated like a museum of antiquities, lit up with instruments and blinking screens, hidden beneath projections of paintings and ancient vases. Amidst it all, a fairy with hair as bright as the sunset on an autumn day walked to the center of the room. A small circle appeared around her body. Rising in the air, it floated above the ground just before jumping beneath her feet and carrying her through a hidden hole in the ceiling. As soon as the circle slid into place, the fairy sighed and looked up, her eyes bloodshot as they glowed with orange magic. The control room for the IG surrounded her as computer screens and radar clicked on. Taking her seat in the pilot's chair, Anna Sophia pressed the buttons and flicked on the switches needed to start the great living machine. As she did, magic flowed out from her into the giant creature's interior. Every blue and white light turned orange as the iron golem roared to life and stood up from within the hangar. Looking out through the cockpit, she saw no one left outside in the Hawaiian hangar's heat. No soldiers remained to work on the damaged and broken iron golems. Where they'd all gone, she didn't know. At least there wasn't anyone left to stop her. Gaining full control of the giant organic mech suit, Anna Sophia turned it towards the open hangar door and began walking outside. The sunlight fell over its damaged frame, the pieces of broken rock and smashed metal plating along its arm and legs, letting it blend in rather well with the destroyed runway beneath her. Bullet holes and blast marks from battles past covered the asphalt around the iron golem's feet. Broken vehicles and smashed planes lay abandoned as the once pristine Hawaiian military base was left in shambles. If anyone was still here, they weren't making their presence known. Checking her instruments, Anna Sophia saw that the conditions were perfect for flying today. Most excellent. Getting back to where Mark was being held would be a breeze. Looking across the displays before her, she gripped the handles of the manual controls and took a deep breath. Though it was a long one, she felt as though the ring was still secured to her finger as she tapped the metal handle. "Launching," she muttered, bringing the iron golem up to a run before leaping into the air and igniting the boosters. The organic mech rocketed into the sky, leaving the broken military base behind as the clouds raced past her. There were no tears left to cry as the weight of her decision began to smother her. Shaking her head and pushing the controls forward, she felt the pain rest on her shoulders once more as she abandoned her country and her office. "You're making the right choice." Wincing, Anna Sophia tried to focus on her goal. She needed to find Mark, or what was left of him. She needed to try every spell she could think of until the dragon's curse was removed. They would be together again. She wouldn't settle for anything less. This time, She wouldn't have Miss Houston or anyone else breathing down her neck. She could fully exert herself. It would be enough to reverse Mark's polar bear appearance. It had to be. Route selected. You are free to move about the cabin, the Iron Golem system said. Pushing the handles back, Anna Sophia sighed and leaned back in her seat. She looked at a nearby screen, expecting there to be an incoming message from the Hawaiian base. A call for help that she could ignore, or a last remaining communication officer wanting to know where the Vice President of the United States was going, by herself in a damaged IG. Miss Houston had to know what she'd done by now. At the very least, she would soon appear beside her and try to drag her back to her post. She might even kill her for treason. No messages, the screen said. Odd. Maybe she'd been stealthier than she thought. Not wanting to spend any more time thinking about it, Anna Sophia got up from the pilot's chair and made her way to a nearby command station. Leaning over the keyboard and screens, she checked the Iron Golem's readings. Most of the bars were in yellow, but they looked to be good enough to get back to Alaska. If not, she could always try and use another teleport spell. So what if it knocked her out cold and made her nosebleed? The world had ended, just like James had said. And if the enemy found her, they'd kill her on sight. She needed to find Mark before the mutants caught up with her. Not wait around in Hawaii for a peace settlement that would never come. They needed to be together when all this came to a head. Her vision began to cloud over. Her mind wandered as she stared at the screens, her head filling with the memory of sending James and his friends into the Library of Congress. Her chest ached as she wondered why she'd agreed to send them to that terrible place. There was no way they'd actually find the mountain, let alone survive the many traps long enough to locate the dragon's blood. Heck, she hadn't even had time to tell him that was what they should be looking for. Then again, James had proved himself to be somewhat resourceful. Maybe he'd find a way through. He's going to die, and you will too. Shaking her head, she looked back into the screens before her and saw someone standing right behind her. Spinning around, Anna Sophia swung a magically powered fist right at the face of her stalker. Orange light shattered through the air around her as her knuckles connected with the person's face. He didn't even flinch. Breathing heavily, Anna Sophia felt most of her determination melt at the sight of him. "What are you doing here?" she asked. The scar on the sergeant's face flexed as he scratched his chin. "Need some help, ma'am?" Pushing her fist down, the sergeant gave her a look that made her feel like a child. Putting his hand behind his back, he walked around her and leaned over the screens, his uniform just as faded as the first time she'd met him. After a moment, he stood up and faced her. "We should return to base." Pain and frustration rippled across Anna Sophia's shoulders. "And do what? Hide in the bunker while Miss Houston does paperwork? I can't sit back and do nothing." "You have a duty to uphold," the sergeant said sternly. "Do your job, and we'll see this through." "My job? My job has cost me everything," Anna Sophia shouted, clenching her hands where the ring had once been. "Let Houston take care of what's left. She was always the one pulling the strings anyway." Turning away from the sergeant, Anna walked back to the pilot's chair and sat down. Putting her head in her hands, she waited for the sergeant to speak, to correct her, to reprimand her in some way. Yet she heard nothing. After a moment, she felt a firm hand on her shoulder. Looking up as frustrated tears ran down her face, she met the sergeant's stone-cold gaze. "You need to get rid of him. He's only going to get in the way." "What's the mission, ma'am?" he asked. Sniffling, Anna gently swiped the sergeant's hand away. Chuckling coldly, she looked at her feet as she felt her wings droop down on her back. "What do you care? The military's been defeated anyway." Her gaze returned to the sergeant's face. "You don't owe me anything." To her shock, the sergeant slowly smiled. "So what?" The world seemed to slow down to a crawl. She tried to comprehend what he meant, but the words he'd spoken felt so alien. Throughout her journey, this man had been a constant reminder to stay in line and do what she was told. He'd never been far away, even in the moments where she'd craved being alone. It had been so easy to view him as little more than a personal iron golem, ready to go where she needed him to go and fight whatever battles they found themselves in. Looking at the white gashes that ran down the side of his face, Anna Sophia finally saw the man for who he really was. She stammered. The sergeant held up a hand. He'd heard enough. As the iron golem continued to hum with magic and power, he pointed a thumb over his shoulder at the nearby screen. Am I correct to assume Alaska is our destination? A moment of silence came and went. The hums and whirling of the iron golem filled the air around them as Anna Sophia tried to come up with an answer. Finally, after what felt like years, she took a deep breath and stood up from the pilot's chair. Yes, Sergeant. I need all the help I can get. The sergeant inhaled and nodded before rubbing his chin casually. In that case, I'm going to make a few calls. She watched as he walked over to a communication station and began plugging something into the computers. Names and faces began to flash across the screen, none of which she recognized. Using her wings, she tried to hover just enough to look over the sergeant's shoulder. There's a spare uniform in the restroom, the sergeant said. I'd get tactical if I were you. Looking back at the direction of the restroom, Anna Sophia noticed a duffel bag on the ground between the open door and the stalls. Anticipation began to fill her mind, casting the fear and uncertainty out. Without another word, Anna Sophia left the controls to the sergeant and made her way inside the restroom.
Chapter 7. Orders to Kill. Dirty water dripped across broken tiles. Footsteps filled the long-abandoned halls, echoing down the ancient crypt. A figure matted in mud spat onto the wall as his second head groaned. As they reached a new set of stone sarcophagi, he struggled to steady himself against the smooth rock lid of some long-forgotten American warrior whose name had been worn away with time. Before Gillian could spout more threats against him, Milo elbowed him in the snout before seizing full control of their shared body. Flexing their claws, he let go of the old case and continued to stalk through rows of stone engravings and occasional books scattered across the floor. Milo's eyes ached as dim pockets of light spread out in cone-shaped beams that highlighted seemingly random novels still on the muddy shelves. Loose tiles beneath his feet clicked together as puddles of water let off a musky smell that assaulted his nostrils. Without meaning to, he'd kicked a book covers wide open, revealing soggy pages of colorful ink that bled out of each novel and onto the floor. The happy images they once depicted now resembled pure horror as the characters melted away into the water at his feet. By the dragon's teeth, no wonder America fell, Gillian growled, sniffing the air. It stinks of rot. As much as he wanted to take another swing at his brother's head, Milo couldn't deny the rankness of old, soggy wood and whatever else was in the nearby tombs. Stalking ahead, he tried not to lean against any of the walls. The last thing he needed right now was to fall into an open tomb, or worse, wake something up. We better be getting close to the surface, Milo, Gillian growled, slobber dripping down the side of his mangled face. I refuse to die down here. Something nearby creaked like the trunk of an old tree. The ancient groan made their fur stand on end, as Milo watched a nearby book fall off a shelf and into a puddle. As it splashed the water against the wall, Gillian's ears strained in the direction of the noise, his blind eyes spinning around in their sockets wildly. What was that? Are we being ambushed? Gillian asked, growling. Milo sighed and pulled out their knife. Just a book. A book? Does that mean we're close to the exit? I don't know, Milo admitted, continuing on their way. Flexing his ears, he tried to listen for anything else that might have heard the book fall. There seemed to be something not too far away, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly where or what it was. Here, let me have control, Gillian said, seizing full power over their arms and legs. Gillian, no! Milo cried, watching helplessly as the claw holding Var's combat knife flailed about. You might blind me too! Serves you right, Gillian snarled back, now trying to stab Milo's eyes. They stumbled into the nearest wall, sending books falling from overhead to the ground around them. Milo snarled and scratched, taking control of the claw, not holding the knife. With incredible precision, he grabbed Gillian's wrist just as the blade came dangerously close to piercing his eye.
Snarling like a rabid dog, Gillian tore his arm free, then slashed Milo's shoulder, sending a jet of blood across a nearby tomb. Screaming in pain, Milo wrestled control of both their legs and stumbled further into the hallways of books and catacombs. The light from always burning torches lit their way, casting flickering shadows against the puddles around them as Milo reached up and grabbed his brother's head. Tearing them forward, Gillian screamed as the brothers tumbled headfirst into the tile. Rolling and twisting through puddles and mud, Milo felt Gillian drop the knife before howling in anger. As they came to a stop, Milo felt his brother grab at his wound, trying to make it worse. "Stop, please!" Milo cried, looking around in terror as he heard Gillian laughing. The pain shot through their chest like a rocket as Milo's blood fell down their shoulder and mixed with the dirty water nearby. "Time's up, Milo!" Gillian laughed, getting control of their legs. Dragging them to their feet, he held his blood-covered claw in front of Milo's face. "Help me, dragon," Milo silently pleaded. His vision began to cloud as he watched his own blood drip off of Gillian's claws. "This is for Vars." A huge blast of fire suddenly filled Milo's vision. The force of the blast sent Milo rolling through the puddles nearby. Yelping and barking in terror, he tried to put out the flames that now covered his body. "Holy crap, dude!" a voice called out. Someone new ran to Milo's side. He felt them kneel beside him as two sets of hands tried to put out the unmistakable fire of the dragon. "Get him away from the books!" a different voice called, one that Milo recognized. It was almost enough to get him to stop rolling around. Almost. "Here, put him out," the individual said as something large and familiar smelling was thrown onto him, smothering the flames entirely. As it wrapped around Milo's body, he felt his vision darkening as his eyes began to shut. The blood he'd lost, it was too much. No amount of mutation or magic would save him this time. This had to be it. Gillian had succeeded in killing him this time. If that were true, why did his shoulder feel so much lighter? "Is it dead?" Mace asked, making a disgusted face as James pulled his suit coat off of the mutant fox-man creature. "Oh, bro!" Charlie gagged, getting up and stumbling away as the smell of blood and burning soggy fur reached their nostrils. James covered his nose with his claws, trying not to throw up the sea serpent he'd had earlier. It smelled like someone had thrown a dead squirrel into a campfire before peeing all over the flames. The thought alone didn't help the young men avoid upchucking. "Oop, nope," May said, running off to the side. Leaning against a nearby tomb, Charlie soon joined him. As soon as they finished, they heard James coughing. Looking behind them at the President Troll, the two college boys saw him changing his face so that he didn't have a nose. They all made eye contact. Charlie spit on the ground and wiped his mouth off with his sleeve. "That's not fair." "Want to trade?" James asked, scoffing. Looking down at his suit coat, he quickly picked it up and slid it back on over his arms and shoulders. In an instant, all the smells and stains were magically gone. Thank goodness the trolls were such clean freaks. Securing the wrist buttons of the suit coat, James stood up and looked down at the mutant. The wound on its shoulder looked pretty bad, but the skin was already starting to seal itself back up. Interesting, he thought, watching the bleeding stop. As the creature whimpered, a memory flashed before his eyes. Something from the day Maurice died. "Wait a second," James said, looking at the foxy features of the mutant's face. Its shoulders were broader than they should have been, almost like they had once had something on top of them. "Oh, no," James said, stepping back from the mutant. What were the odds they'd run into this guy all the way down here? He must have been tracking them somehow. Or it was something to do with magic. That was never off the table. "James?" May said, stumbling over and combing his black hair out of his eyes. "You know this thing?" Looking down at the pathetic creature beneath him, James gulped and let his nose reform on his face. "Yeah, I kinda... Oh, you weren't kidding!" Turning away, a most horrible stench reached his nostrils. It was worse than that time he'd tried to microwave broccoli and cheese for 5 minutes straight. Grabbing his nose, James leaned over and shook his head. "We should leave, like, right now," he muttered, turning to go. Mace gagged. "Agreed." "Guys, wait," Charlie said, pulling out a bandana from his back pocket. "Dude, if you know this guy, then maybe he could help us find our way around." "He's a bad guy, Charlie," James said, pointing right at the fox guy's head. James groaned and stood up straight, stomping through a puddle and right up to where the mutant lay. I'm serious, guys. We should leave it before it wakes back. Gillian! The fox creature shouted, sitting upright. Both Charlie and James shouted in surprise, just as poor Mace started upchucking in the corner. The yellow troll and the blonde boy cautiously watched the creature, eyeing it from head to toe as it stumbled back to its feet. Blast you, Gillian, where are you? The fox creature said, spinning around until it spotted them. It froze in place, its eyes vibrating as it looked at James. Before either of them knew it, the mutant was on its knees, begging in a shrill voice. Lord, please forgive my insolence. My brother was just... he tried to... I'm sorry, the creature said, holding its claws over its bowed head like a hostage. Whatever your orders are, I'll do them. Just please don't burn me again. James and Charlie shared a look of pure confusion. Looking at his roommate, they both shrugged as Mace soon rejoined them. What'd I miss? He asked groggily. Whoa, what'd you guys do to it? Forgive me, my lords, the mutant said, putting down its claws and leaning up. I have no doubt you're on the dragon's errand. All I ask is that you put me to good use. Yo, chill, Mace said, looking at James. Who's this guy supposed to be? Before he could shrug, something caught his attention. Looking back at the mutant, James saw its aura violently flexing through the air above its head. It looked strained, like a fruit roll-up that had been pulled to the breaking point. Narrowing his eyes, he saw something holding the sides of the aura. They looked like claws. Giant red claws. A growl left James's lips as he lifted up his own. Reaching out towards the aura, he heard the fox creature groan miserably. Don't. Sire, please forgive me, it said before ducking back on the ground. As it did, James swiped through the air at the translucent cloud, actually feeling something there. With a few more swipes, he saw the red claws tremble and shake, cuts visible across its wrinkly skin, before finally letting go. As it vanished into the air above their heads, a distant roar filled James's mind. You'll regret that! The fox creature suddenly stopped moving, its face twitching madly as it looked down at its hands. Rising to its feet, the mutant slowly moved its gaze to the two boys before covering its eyes. What did you... it asked as its eyes changed from brown to blue. Chapter 8. A New Friend. You shot Lord Syrian with a switch gun? The shrill voice echoed through the soggy halls of the library. A single page fell from the loose binding of a long abandoned book, landing on the muddy tile just behind Milo's feet. The mutant fox stood in shock, his gaze making James feel as though he'd just admitted to committing some terrible crime. Dude, that's hardcore, Charlie said, holding up a fist as he sat on a stack of old books. Shrugging, James fist bumped him and almost knocked him over. It was self-defense, James pointed out, folding his massive arms. And I didn't know it was going to make us switch bodies, he admitted, scratching behind his spiked frills. I thought it was a real gun, like the ones from Judge Awful. Oh, I've seen that movie, Mace chimed in, helping Charlie sit back up. I like the part when he tells the gun to go all hotshot mode. Wait a minute, wait, Milo said, standing up and rubbing his eyes as his tail twitched behind him. Why did the White House have a switch gun in the first place? I don't know, James admitted, looking around nervously. Like I said, Maurice told me not to use it unless I needed to, and so I did. Taking a moment to look down and straighten his tie, James smiled and showed off his T-Rex-like teeth. And now I'm here to save the world. Yeah, and he can turn into a giant sea serpent, Mace mentioned, pointing from Milo to James. Remember that? Bro, I still don't know how you did that. Oh, transformation is one of the troll's greatest abilities, Milo said, sighing. They can become a perfect copy of any creature they eat. A sick rumbling came from James's stomach. He tried not to think about the taste of the monster, only for the slimy sensation to worm its way to the front of his mind. Shaking his head, he felt the side of his mouth twitch as Milo continued. Honestly, Mr. James, or Mr. President, whatever you want to be called, you've been given an incredible don't, James said, narrowing his eyes as he gave the mutant a weary look. It's not that cool. Milo held up his claws as if to reassure him. All right, I completely agree. It's terrible, losing your body because of the dragon. However, the air grew awkwardly still as the fox mutant looked away, rubbing his broad shoulders as he continued. You can now do things that the rest of us can only dream of. That's great and all, but Charlie started to say, holding both of his hands up. Can we back up and talk about the switch gun thing? Like, did your bodyguard not have a real gun? Did he know the trolls were coming? Probably, Milo said, shaking his head as his ears drooped. I just can't believe the Govies would still have one just on hand like that. Why? It's not that big of a deal, James said. Milo's fox face contorted into a look of pure disbelief. Switch guns are the worst weapons of mass destruction ever created in the history of the world. All three college boys stopped and stared back at the mutant. Their expressions turned from confusion to even more confusion as Mace pointed at the ceiling. I'm sorry, what? He asked. What? Milo asked back. The body switch gun, Charlie said, pointing at James. The little pistol that switches bodies is the most dangerous thing in the world. Don't you guys have nukes? Milo nodded. Yes, I guess it makes sense that they would have one on standby. Certainly did its job to save the president. How is something like that so dangerous? Doesn't this place have magic and stuff too? Mace asked. How is a gun scarier than giant magic robots and time travel? Okay, first, time travel doesn't exist, Milo said, motioning across his body with both arms. And second, do you even realize what switching bodies means? The things you could do with someone else's entire history at your disposal. Now it was James's turn to look confused. Whoa, what do you mean entire history? I don't know the Syrian guy's history. Milo raised an eyebrow. You should. He held up a claw to his lower lip, looking at the ceiling. After all, you got everything he had, including his memories. That's why switch guns are so terrible. You can effortlessly become someone else and no one would ever know. You could switch bodies with a major general in the army, or someone who knows nuclear codes, or even the President of the United States. James finished, his mind racing. Just like the trolls did with Miss Pierce. Except they didn't need a switch gun. They were the switch guns. Milo nodded. Yes, sir. Made in the dragon's own image, from the blood of his followers. James watched the mutant rub his shoulder uncomfortably again. He couldn't help but pity this poor creature. He couldn't imagine what it must have been like, stuck following monsters like that around. All the more reason to find the mountain Anna Sophia had mentioned. Wait, so anyone could be a troll and we'd never know? Mace asked, looking suspiciously from Charlie to James. Sighing, James pointed a thumb at his own face. Literally a troll, bro. But are you just a troll, pretending to be James, who's pretending to be a troll? Mace challenged. He wouldn't have helped me, Milo said quietly, looking at Mace and offering a pathetic smile. Or either of you, for that matter. Trolls are the... Sorry, he stopped, shivering as he looked at James. Waving him on, James felt his heart tighten. He remembered how quick all the other mutants and monsters had been to listen to him back on the battlefield. The fear his presence carried must have been overwhelming to them. Trolls tend to be extremely vain, being handmade by the dragon and all, Milo finished. They have no problem murdering anything that isn't a troll, including their own mutant soldiers. How does a dragon make a giant, yellow, suit-wearing monster anyway? Mace asked, adjusting his sitting position. Simple, Milo spat. Blood magic. Charlie gasped. Whoa, what kind of magic? Blood magic. It's the worst kind there is. One voluntary drop is all he needs, and he'll be able to grant any wish your heart desires. But he'll also own your mind and your body. Milo looked down, his tail and ears drooping. If you're lucky, you end up like me. If you're lucky? Mace asked hesitantly. I know it's hard to believe, but mutation isn't the worst outcome for taking the dragon's deal, Milo said, kicking a nearby book across the broken tile floor. If you're really unlucky, he'll turn you into a blood source and basically... Actually, I'd prefer not to talk about that. All three college roommates breathed a sigh of relief. Though none of them would admit it, they weren't sure they could handle any more gross things. Wait a minute, James said, rising to his full height and towering over Milo. If this is all true, then how do we know... He stopped, seeing Milo's aura above his head. It looked calmer than it had before. The giant claws that had held it were gone, not a trace of them visible to his eyes. Something about that made it easier for James to take this fox guy seriously. You know you can trust me? I suppose you can't, Milo admitted, looking down. At some point in my life, I did give the dragon some of my blood. For a wish? Charlie asked, wobbling on the stack of books he sat on. What'd you wish for? The creature's face twisted in confusion. I don't know. I haven't been able to remember my past for years. I always assumed one of my brothers knew and just didn't want to tell me. Mace shook his head. That's rough, dude. As water dripped into a puddle nearby, James eyed the creature named Milo up and down. It was nice to get some answers to his questions after all the time he'd spent trapped in this other world. It was almost too good to be true. Hey, Milo, James said, leaning down so that he was eye level with the ragged creature. In response, Milo began to shake from fear. Yes, Mr. President? Are you going to betray us at the last minute? Like, have some kind of moment where you can't control yourself and you leap out to stab someone or something? James said, thinking over the latest anime he'd watched before being sucked into this other world. Charlie laughed nearby. Dude, that is so specific. Answer the question, Milo, James said, eyeing the foxman carefully. No, sir. I don't know how, but I can't feel the dragon's overwhelming presence anymore. The fox mutant offered his claws to James, as if he were accepting that he was under arrest. I know we're in the middle of a dangerous conflict, but you saved my life. You freed me from Gillian, and so come what may, I'll do everything I can to help you stop my former master, even if it comes at the cost of my own life. James raised his head, his horns casting shadows across the fox mutant's face. He wanted to accept this guy's offer, but it had to be a trap. There was no way it wasn't going to betray them at some point, whether intentionally or otherwise. Despite that, James recalled that he had just taken out a massive sea serpent and a solid concrete death wedge not very long ago. If he could tackle those challenges on his own, then he could definitely handle this ragged fox guy. Smoke started to roll out of his nostrils as he looked the mutant man up and down. After a moment, he reached out and grabbed one of his claws, shaking it as though he'd just made an awesome deal. All right, welcome to the crew, Milo, James said, watching his new companion look up in shock. What? Hey, welcome aboard, Fox Dude, Mace said, walking over and clapping the mutant on the back. It'll be nice to have someone new to talk to. Dang, dude, sorry I'm not good enough for you, Charlie snickered. Rather than answering, James heard his college roommates start throwing books at each other. A thought suddenly came to James's mind. Turning around, he pointed one of his massive finger claws right between Milo's eyes. Actually, you just reminded me of something I could use your help with. The fox mutant looked around, as if searching for whom James was referring to. After not finding anyone, he slowly pointed at his head. Me, sir? Yeah, James said, leaning over Milo once more and raising an eyebrow. Think of it as your trial run, to see if you deserve a spot in my new cabinet or not. Chapter 9. All That's Left. Ice and snow blew across the frozen ground as the damaged IG landed. The trees bent away as a cloud of exhaust and smoke billowed across the area. Its legs buckled, and it fell onto all fours, its arms stiffening with metallic clicks as its chest started to shift. A slanted hatch soon opened and touched the ground, and out came the sergeant with his rifle in hand. Pointing his weapon around the area, his vision focused like a camera lens on a nearby bundle of shrubbery. Looking closer at it, he slowly approached and held up his hands, letting his rifle fall into the nearby snow. He carefully turned around before getting down on his knees. Without so much as a sound, the sergeant felt the snow-white barrel of a gun slide past his cheek. A small click came from behind his ear as the snow drifted down around them. Coming to rest on the scars that came down the side of his face, he heard the individual breathing through their ski mask as they began to pat his shoulders around his waist. No weapons. Another series of taps on his left shoulder, this time as a signal. Carefully standing up, the sergeant allowed the person to lead him back up the hatch into the IG, the white barrel of the sniper rifle resting on his shoulder. Before long, they were both inside the mech's chest, standing on what looked like an antique rug surrounded by other old pieces of furniture. Lower the disguise, the captor ordered. The sergeant smirked. He could hear the enjoyment in their voice. "We're clear, ma'am." The fancy rug and holographic images of the inside of the IG faded, revealing empty chairs and digital displays. For a moment, the sergeant's heart began to race. She couldn't have left when he wasn't looking, right? "Drop your weapons." Anna Sophia's voice came from further behind the sergeant. The click of a gun came from whoever was holding him hostage, and he heard his captor chuckle. "Clever girl," the person said, pulling their rifle off their shoulder. The sergeant heard his charge walk over and take the weapon from their captor before moving over to his side. Her camo uniform made her look just like any other soldier he'd fought alongside, besides the orange fairy wings, of course. "Are you all right, Sergeant?" Anna Sophia asked. Taking a closer look at the weapon he'd issued her before they landed, he noticed the safety was clearly off. "We're clear here, ma'am," he said, carefully getting up and standing between Anna Sophia and his captor. "This one's with us." The vice president squinted at him for a moment. Her hair seemed to glimmer slightly before she lowered her weapon, clicking the safety back on before sliding the gun into its holster on her leg. Her eyes flashed with orange light as she stood tall before him. "Hey, Sarge," the person behind the sergeant said, walking around the soldier and pointing right at Anna Sophia's face. "Who's this supposed to be? A troll? In disguise?" Slowly reaching up and tapping the shoulders of the soldier, the sergeant nodded. "She's clear, Mickey. Cleared her myself." The man pulled his goggles down around his neck and licked his lips. "That a fact." With that, he leaned around and saluted the vice president, sending more snowflakes off of his shoulder and onto the ground. "Well, if you say so, Sarge. Trust you, Sarge." Mickey spun around and nodded at the sergeant. "You the only guy I know who's killed a troll anyway, so even if it was..." Mickey spun back around, pointing at Anna Sophia again before walking around her. "If you was a troll, the sergeant would kill you quick. You ain't no troll, right?" Anna Sophia slowly leaned back, but nodded. "I'm not a troll, Private Mickey." "Lieutenant. Sarge promoted me himself. Didn't you, Sarge?" Mickey mentioned, looking back at the sergeant. The sergeant nodded and looked over at Anna Sophia, putting his hands behind his back as he stood beside the crazy man in snow camo. "Lieutenant Mickey is one of the best I've ever worked with, ma'am. If we want to rescue Mr. Mark, we'll need his help." "Yes. Yes, you will," Mickey said, reaching his foot over and kicking his rifle up and into his hands with ease. Slinging it over his shoulder, he gave Anna Sophia, then the sergeant, then Anna Sophia again, the smallest of salutes. "Should we go inside, Sergeant? The others are itching for action." Nodding once, the sergeant waited as Mickey turned around and started walking back down the ramp outside. The vice president stood beside him, watching the soldier pull his mask back on before jumping into the snow. Anna Sophia cleared her throat. "Sergeant, are you sure this is better than just trying to get into the base ourselves?" "The holding facility went dark shortly after the White House fell, Madam Vice President," the sergeant reminded her, giving her a stern look. "Mr. Russo speculated there had been Dragon forces on the inside before the attack began. We'll need all the support we can scrounge up, ma'am." The vice president's eyes seemed to sharpen. She lowered her head in understanding before walking down the ramp into the snow. Following her, the sergeant snapped his fingers as he stepped down the ramp. All of the electronics and screens immediately shut off as they abandoned the IG in the snow. Following Mickey, Anna Sophia shivered in the cold Alaskan chill. Using her magic, she heated her neck and hands as she followed the soldier's aura past trees and into nearby woods. Before long, they stood before a well-camouflaged set of doors where Mickey knocked 4 times. A snowy hatch opened, and Mickey said something she didn't quite hear. All at once, the doors started to open, and Mickey looked back her way. "Welcome to the Resistance, ma'am, lady." With that, the crazy soldier turned around and jumped inside the doors. As the sergeant joined her, she felt him pat her shoulder once before following Mickey inside. Shivering despite her magic, she looked back and saw the IG hatch closing shut. Better inside than out in this cold, Anna Sophia thought as she walked after the soldiers. The doors closed behind her as she felt the smell of the old mineshaft flood her senses. It stretched endlessly into the dark ahead of her. The air was no warmer in here than it was outside, and she couldn't help but feel her teeth chatter as Mickey's voice came from a side tunnel nearby. "Don't get lost, Miss Fairy Woman." His voice carried its way towards her. Trying not to get frustrated, Anna Sophia walked into the side tunnel and held her elbows. Her camo uniform felt so thin, yet so heavy at the same time. Following the direction of nearby voices, Anna Sophia heard their footsteps echo around the mine shaft as the lights occasionally flickered. Thankfully, though her vision was slightly obscured, the auras above the sergeant and lieutenant's heads never faded from view. Before long, she found herself squeezing through another hidden door in the wall, where a storage room of sorts awaited her on the other side. "Madam Vice President Lady on sight!" Mickey called. All at once, the lights kicked on as everyone stood at attention, their auras flaring as Anna Sophia stood before them. The room full to the brim with weapons and explosives of every kind scattered across tables and piled high on broken racks. "At ease, soldiers," Anna Sophia said, looking at the 4 people standing before her, with the sergeant standing by the wall nearby. None of them looked anything like what she'd been expecting. "It's an honor, Madam Vice President," the first said, stepping forward and adjusting his glasses before bowing before her. His long white hair touched the floor as his pointed ears twitched nervously. His blue camo uniform indicated some kind of naval position. An elf? All the way out here? That was unexpected. "Don't bow, Bart," the second soldier said, stepping forward and offering Anna a handshake. The top of his head only came up to her waist, and his traditional pointed red hat leaned slightly to the left. Reaching down and shaking the short man's hand, Anna Sophia felt confusion start to set in. What on earth was a gnome doing all the way out here? "Let him be, Ern," the third soldier said, staying back and nodding respectfully at her. "She's probably been through the ringer." The third man's entire body was covered in long brown hair. His head looked like a big, hairy mountain, coming to a tall point as he combed some of his fur out of his eyes. A Sasquatch in a brown camo uniform. Now she'd seen it all. "We all have, Mo," the sergeant said, stepping up. All 4 of the soldiers stood a little straighter, with Mickey especially following the sergeant's every move as he walked to the middle of the group. "Gentlemen," the sergeant said, his eyes moving to each one of them like a hawk eyeing its prey, "we have a mission to complete. Our game is search and rescue. Target, one of the mutants last seen inside the nearby holding facility. Name is Mark S. of the 329th Infantry." The sergeant paused, looking over at Mickey. "Last we heard, he'd gone full animal. Look for a polar bear." "Oh, yes!" Mickey cheered, his eyes widening as he walked over to Anna Sophia and seemed to shake with every word he spoke. "Polar bear? That's a hyper-predator. Probably want him for questioning, don't you? Good idea, miss. Great plan. Let's save the polar bears! Ha-ha!" "Pardon me, sir," Bart the elf said, combing a strand of white hair over one of his ears. "Did you say we're rescuing a mutant?" "Yes, Bart, I did," the sergeant said, smirking. "With those ears, I would have thought you heard me the first time." "Womp womp," Ernie said, earning a nudge from Mo. The sergeant ignored them. "This mission will be dangerous for many reasons, the primary being because of where we'll be going." He paused, folding his arms and looking over at Anna Sophia. "This facility was taken from the inside. There may be more waiting for us than we're expecting. That being said, gentlemen, on account of the world as we know it ending, I'm going to give it to you as it is," the sergeant mentioned, looking around the room. "This mission, it's personal." The soldiers all looked at one another, their expressions full of concern, all except Mickey, who looked more excited than a kid who'd just been told they were going to a mouse-themed park for their family vacation. The sergeant continued, "The vice president and I have somewhat gone off the map on this one. We'll be rescuing someone near and dear to her, and that's that." As the air in the room seemed to dim, the soldiers all looked at one another as their minds raced. They all knew what the sergeant was saying. "So, no backup and no one to collect tags when things go wrong?" Mo said. Mickey was quick to chime in. "Just so we're clear, Sarge," he said, leaning on the wall. "We're rescuing someone who's already too far gone. That's how it is?" "He's not too far gone," Anna Sophia said, surprising herself with how controlled her voice was. She found herself rubbing her ring finger as she stepped forward, her heart aching now more than ever. "I was there when his transformation began, and I've been studying mutants ever since I took office, she said, quickly looking at the sergeant. I believe that the dragon's curse isn't as permanent as we think. As silence filled the room, Anna Sophia felt her heart sink in her chest. She hesitated to speak, waiting for some kind of outcry, some sort of protest from these soldiers at such a crazy suggestion. Instead, she heard Bart begin to whisper. Is she serious, Marb? Opening her eyes, Anna Sophia saw the soldiers looking at her. Instead of confusion or anger, they all wore expressions of sympathy. Ernie in particular stepped over to her, biting his lower lip. Can't only the president release someone from the dragon's curse? Pardon them, if you will? He asked. There was something painful hidden behind his eyes as he looked at her. It was the same expression she saw every time she looked in the mirror. Standing up straight, she looked down at the gnome soldier and offered half a smile. Yes, soldier. Fortunately, I happen to be in good contact with the current president. But we heard he was dead, Mickey said, still against the wall. Died during the takeover of D.C. Isn't that what happened, Sarge? Who told you that, Mick? The sergeant asked, looking over at an old radio buried in bullets and empty mags. You believe everything the dragon's cronies say? Mickey made a sound like he was mocking the sergeant's voice before turning around and talking to the ceiling. As he did, the other three started to look around uncomfortably. Sarge? Mo said, giving him another salute. Permission to further question the operation? Denied. This is our mission, Mo, the sergeant said, looking around the room. But unlike before, we're not answering to anyone but each other. You all saw what happened. The trolls were deeper in our ranks than we thought. The sergeant paused, watching as Mickey spun around and slapped his hand on top of a table, suddenly very quiet. Did you say trolls, Sarge? We get to fight 'em this time? He asked. Yes, Lieutenant. No money, no glory, Bart said, scratching under his chin. No guarantee of survival. We'll be going in head first, to a den of fools so mutated the dragon probably doesn't even want 'em, the Sarge said, folding his arms. The only thing you'll get out of this is a chance at payback for everyone we've lost to this blasted dragon. He paused, looking across the room at Mickey. You'll also get the chance to serve alongside one of our last remaining leaders, one which I know all four of you voted for. The air seemed to freeze Anna Sophia's feet to the floor. Looking up, she came eye to eye with each of the soldiers standing around her. Nothing in their faces nor their auras indicated that what the sergeant had said wasn't true. Mickey chuckled. Guess the cat's out of the bag now. Yeah, guess it is, Mo said, rubbing his hairy wrists as he looked at Anna Sophia. I'm in. As am I, Bart said, smiling broadly. Maybe I'll get to go out in a blaze of glory this time. Me too, Ernie mentioned, motioning over to Mickey. How about it, Mick? You ready to give the enemy a taste of their own medicine? Lieutenant. The man with the sniper rifle leaned against the wall, looking over at the sergeant. Anna Sophia could see the turmoil festering in his crazy eyes. We'd be lucky to have you, soldier, Anna Sophia said, drawing his attention. Of course you would, Mickey said, looking away and putting his hands in his pockets. The trolls are what matter, though. Are we going to get to kill some trolls, Sarge? Relax, Mickey. We'll get 'em good, Mo said, walking over and tapping on his shoulder. And I'll watch your back. Anything get too close, I'll rip it apart and give you half. I'd like that, Mo, but that ain't it, though, Mickey said, looking at Anna Sophia. I'm worried about her. She smells like blood magic, like the dragon's right next to her or something. There's no dragon here, soldier. You have my word on that, Anna Sophia promised, not entirely believing it herself. Still smells off. This whole op smells like a bad idea, Sarge, Mickey pointed out. All that matters is finding Mark. Rather than getting frustrated, Anna again felt her nerves cool as she faced the crazy soldier head-on. You're right. This is a bad idea on paper. She moved her gaze back to the sergeant as his words from earlier came to mind. But I'm done letting parchment and policy dictate what I can and cannot do. That's part of the reason DC fell. We got so focused on doing everything by the book that we let the enemy sneak right in and swipe the rug out from under our feet. Ernie and Bart started to nod. Mo, meanwhile, cocked his head to the side as Mickey started to cough. Is that a fact? Mo asked. Anna Sophia couldn't help but nod back. And I blame myself for that. But we can't change the past. Only the future, and who we let be a part of it. She paused, walking over and standing next to the sergeant, as the soldiers listened. I didn't get to spend much time with the new president after we escaped the capital, but from what I saw, he's not like the other members of the government. Other gubbies, if you will. James is boring, vicious, big and muscular with lots of teeth. Anna Sophia shook her head. He's determined. He's dead set on slaying the dragon, and I owe it to him and all of you to be there when he gets back. Gets back? Ernie asked, looking around in confusion. You mean he left too? As we speak, the president is carrying out his own mission. The sergeant chimed in, folding his arms and looking from each soldier to the next. The vice president wants all hands on deck for when he gets back, including our target. These are weird times, gentlemen. We have no reason to think the dragon would put effort into trying to maintain control over a single mutant when he's just claimed the entire country as his own. Mickey stood forward and slammed his sniper rifle on the nearest table, making the loaded weapon bounce before clanking to the ground. This all sounds like a bad op, Sarge. A real bad op. Emotional decision making, if I've ever heard it. Can't risk it all on a bad op, no. The others nodded, Mo rubbing the back of his neck uncomfortably while Bart and Ernie sat down. It all looked hopeless, and Anna Sophia couldn't think of a way to convince them further. It wasn't like she could pull rank on them either. She'd gone rogue. Her shoulders sagged. She looked at Mickey as her wings wilted against her back. Is there anything I can do for you if you agree to come with us on this mission? She asked the crazy man. Watching him shake his head and turn away, Anna Sophia sighed and began to walk towards the door. Grabbing the handle, she struggled to open it as the full weight of the metal door held it in place. Thankfully, the sergeant was soon beside her, taking the handle and pulling it open with ease. Looking at her faithful bodyguard, she exhaled sadly and shook her head. I thought I could trust you on this one, Sergeant. From now on, we're doing this my way, she said. Before the sergeant could agree, Anna Sophia heard Mickey gasp angrily before running over. Getting between her and the sergeant, she watched the crazy man act as though he was stopping a fight between them, pushing back against the sergeant's chest while pointing at her face. Listen here, Missy Important Lady. No one's more trustworthy than the Sarge. No one. If he says something, it's true and awesome. Then you'll help me, Anna Sophia asked, looking back at the other three soldiers. You'll help the Sarge on this mission? Yes, ma'am! All four of the soldiers cheered, standing up and saluting. A single clip of ammunition fell to the floor as they stood there, each one's eyes blazing with anticipation. Good, Anna Sophia said, turning and looking past Mickey at the sergeant, who was clearly hiding a smile. Sergeant, you'll lead this op. Give the men their orders. Very good, ma'am, the sergeant agreed, also saluting Anna Sophia as she turned to leave. Let's get tactical, ladies. We got a whole nest to clear. Ernie, Bart, Mo, and Mickey all cheered again as they started to race around their armory. Bullets were scooped up, weapons cocked and loaded, and explosives shared as the soldiers prepared for war. As they did, Mickey's excited ramblings about getting to kill a troll or two followed Anna Sophia out as she stepped back into the cold side of the hall of the mine shaft. Clever. The voice in the back of Anna's mind made her head throb as she grabbed the side of it, the pain increasing as more words echoed throughout her subconscious. Mark is waiting for you, my dear. Chapter 10. Unfamiliar Territory. How do I look? James twirled around as Charlie and Mace both smiled goofily. Not bad, man, Charlie admitted. Lilith would slaughter me just for looking at you, Mace said. Looking down at his new body, James flexed his fingers and sighed with relief. It felt so good to be human again, even if it wasn't the human form he was used to. Blinking, he felt Milo's claws from behind, carefully pulling his curly hair away from his face and straightening his green blazer. How do you feel, Mr. President? The fox mutant asked, stepping over some books before standing next to Mace and Charlie. Patting his stomach, James scrunched his face and gave them all a thumbs up. You guys have no idea how nice it is to have normal skin again. Dim light from the torches along the library walls cast beautiful shadows over James' feminine facial features. Standing up straight in Mrs. Pierce's body gave him a few inches in height over his old one. Walking around the puddle-covered room, he felt like a kid trying on new shoes as he heard his high heels click against the stone tile floors. "So, what's your name?" Charlie asked like a dork. James ignored him. "How do women walk around in these things?" he asked, reaching down and pointing at his feet. "Very carefully," Milo admitted, walking over and staring at his toes. "You should be able to morph them into something more comfortable if you wish." Pausing, James watched Milo slowly look up and make eye contact with him. He could still see the aura above his head and how peaceful it had become. Though he still had some doubts about the fox mutant, he didn't see them getting very far without his help. "So, Milo, how do I?" James muttered, pointing at his legs. Instead of laughing or brushing off his question, Milo nodded respectfully and held a balled up fist in front of his chest. "Concentrate on how you want the selected area to appear. If you, or rather the previous owner of your body, had consumed someone that had it, then you should be able to mimic it." With that in mind, James imagined what he wanted for footwear. He closed his eyes and imagined old 90s movies where CGI was used to make characters slowly change into a monster of some kind. He wondered if that was what it looked like when he changed, as he felt instant relief in his toes and heels. Opening his eyes, he looked down and smiled at what he saw. "Dang, dude, I want to do that," Mace said, excitedly walking up and circling James' new stylish footwear. "Seriously, where can I learn how to do that?" "As soon as the dragon forges you out of the blood of his followers, Mr. Mason," Milo said, looking around the crypt. James couldn't help but smile at his new sporty footwear. Though he didn't recognize the brand, he knew a pair of basketball shoes when he saw them. Not that he had ever played basketball himself, he just liked how comfortable they were. "Kinda wrecks the hot business lady look," Charlie said, unable to hide his disappointment. "Give me a minute," James said, putting his fingers on the side of his head and concentrating. In less than a second, he felt the tight blazer and skirt change into something softer and more comfortable. Smiling, James looked down and rubbed his hands together. "Now that's more like it," he said, looking at his t-shirt and shorts. "Can breathe normally now." Looking around the space they were in, James asked the big question. "So, anybody see a mountain recently?" "Man, if I knew that, I'd already be there," Mace said, kicking a nearby pebble. "I'm so sick of this place." Milo said, walking past them and over to a side opening. "I may have an idea of where we should go." His ragged tail swished in the air behind him as he pointed down a corridor lined with torches. There didn't seem to be any caskets in the walls, just the ever-present smell of old, soggy books. James looked at Mace and Charlie. The three of them shrugged and all followed the fox creature. "I miss the dorm," Charlie said, following closely behind Milo. Laughter came from the front of the line. Looking up, the roommates were surprised to see the fox mutant leaning against the side of the wall. "Forgive me, sirs," Milo said, brushing a tear from his eyes as his tail wagged behind him. "That's the strangest thing I've heard all year." Mace groaned and rubbed his face. "Does anything about this place make sense?" All James could do was shake his head. "Don't count on it," he said, walking past his friends and following Milo further into the maze of hallways. As they walked, the sounds of dripping water and the flickering of lit torches faded into white noise. The journey felt more relaxed than it had before, and soon James found himself casually talking with Charlie and Mace as they followed Milo through the stone and mud hallways. It didn't take Milo long to join in, and before long, the four of them were eagerly checking every open doorway and laughing at the strange architecture they passed. Things grew extra goofy as soon as James figured out how to perfectly speak in Mrs. Pierce's voice. Mace pointed out how much it sounded like those devices that people asked to buy things for them back home. From then on, James became the de facto narrator of every step they took. "Make a left turn here," he said as they all came to a split in the path. Of course, Charlie and Mace turned right instead, as their laughter filled the hallways they walked down. Eventually, they reached a clearing with a few broken tombs just large enough to sit on. Taking a break, James watched as Milo took a small drink from a nearby puddle. Finishing, he walked back over to them and smiled, revealing rows of sharp canine teeth. "The water here is safe to drink if anyone needs it," he said. Mace suddenly stood up from his seat and raced over to the nearest puddle. Taking it in his hands, he started to guzzle it as best as he could while James made a face at him. "How can you tell, Milo?" he asked. The mutant smiled and pointed up. "I can smell the difference. I think it means we're getting closer to the surface, too. The air feels fresher." Taking a deep breath, James exhaled and felt his senses open up. Though he was in human form, his troll abilities still worked pretty well, and he could feel how much better the air was here. Nodding, James stood up and patted Milo's shoulder. "Thanks for leading the way. Although, I'm pretty sure that's not how water works." "Hey guys," Mace asked, choking a little bit. After clearing his throat, the college boy stood up and looked around in confusion. "Where's Charlie?" The blood in James's veins froze. Looking around, he didn't see their tall blonde friend behind any of the broken caskets. He couldn't smell him anywhere either. It was like he just vanished without a trace. "Charlie?" James called, still using Mrs. Pierce's voice. "Charlie, dude, where'd you go?" Mace asked, walking around the room. "My friends?" Milo said hesitantly. "I don't believe that opening was there before." James felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Running over to the opening, he saw a small blue light inching its way across the ground as Charlie stood before a room that looked oddly familiar. He heard Mace and Milo come up behind him, peering over his shoulder as Milo gasped. This can't be," Milo stuttered, his eyes darting around the room. "Wait, is that the—" "No way," Mace said, shaking his head. "Ain't no way." Standing before them, Charlie walked up to a set of 3 stands displaying large documents. The one at the center looked rather faded, but James couldn't mistake the large signatures at the bottom. Watching as Charlie approached it, the blue light started to fill the room. "Charlie!" Mace yelled, running over and grabbing his shoulders. "Snap out of it, man!" Flash. The room wouldn't stop spinning. Everything felt like one of those roller coasters that pulls guests in a circle the whole time, making it impossible for James to tell which end was up. Thankfully, it didn't last forever. As his eyes refocused on the space before him, he saw Charlie still standing there, the blue light washing over him as he approached the middle document. Mace was lying face down at his feet, eyes closed, as Milo's voice came from beside him. Looking to his right, James saw the fox mutant muttering something to him as his mouth moved, but he couldn't hear any sound coming out. Looking back at Charlie, James felt his long curly hair cover his eyes as he saw his friend reach over and touch the display case that the document sat in. As his eyes started to close, James saw something climb out of the display case and grab Charlie's head. Chapter 11. Plenty of Fish. "Charlie!" In a flash, James' hand erupted into yellow scales. Claws the length of a triceratops' horns shot out from the ends of each finger. Forcing himself to get up, he rushed forward, stabbing at the blue form with all his might. He felt his claws strike nothing as they passed right through the blue arms, lifting Charlie up further above their heads. "Hey, that's my roommate!" Mace shouted, grabbing onto Charlie's feet and weighing him down while blinking rapidly. Struggling, Charlie began to choke. Please," he gasped, holding onto the hands that carried him. Trying desperately to hit something, James turned his attention to the plaques the arms had come from. Sliding over, he shook the long hair out of his eyes before reaching up to smash the nearest slab. Blinding light filled his eyes. It was just like getting flashbanged in a video game, except instead of a sharp ringing, James heard the distant sound of Milo screaming. "Sir! Wait, sir!" Milo said, grabbing James by his shoulders as his vision returned to normal. "Sir! Look!" Weakly, James turned his head and nearly screamed himself. Floating above them in the air were 3 of the coolest looking armored warriors he'd ever seen. They looked like someone had taken the best parts of every cool space hero and super soldier he'd ever seen and kit bashed them together perfectly, each one of them a different color of the American flag. The figures glared down at the 4 startled travelers, the blue figure dropping Charlie before crossing its arms over its chest. As the college boy slowly got to his knees, his eyes filled with fear as the middle warrior in white looked down on him. Another troll and its forces seek to enter where they should not. A powerful voice tore through everyone's mind, making James grab the side of his skull. This one is different. The mutant, it is free. Who are you? The voices all spoke as one, the sound reminding James of the terrible feeling that hits just after an explosion. Sliding his hands down, he held his sides as he felt his stomach begin to churn. All rise! The powerful voices called, making everyone groan as James felt Milo step over him and hold up his claws. Oh, great spirits, we mean you no harm. Ugh. Snapping out of it, James opened his eyes and saw Milo fall onto his back. Silence, one who allied with the worm. The voices grew wilder. He felt their reach stretch deep into the middle of his mind, making his skin crawl as his body began morphing against his will. He saw his skin changing hues like a slider on a character creator, while his skull shifted into various shapes and sizes, all as 6 beams of light came to rest on him. You! All at once, the pain stopped. Opening his eyes, James looked down and gasped. He was in his old body again. He'd recognize those weak knees and skinny arms anywhere. Reaching up, he felt the sides of his face as a goofy smile stretched them to the side. I'm back, James said. Who are you? A voice asked, making him spin around. Standing beside him, he saw the same 3 warriors, all pointing their great weapons right at his face. You are no troll, the warrior in red said. Yes? James asked, the sound of his old voice distracting him for just a second. I mean, no, I'm not a troll. I'm the president? The warriors kept their weapons pointed at him, not moving whatsoever. As they did, James noticed their chest plates. Each seemed to be pressed with the documents they represented. The words Declaration stood out from the white warrior's armor, while the angle at which the red warrior stood made it look like its name was Bill. Moving his gaze to the blue warrior on the left, James found himself reading the inscription pressed into its chest plate. We, the people, James said, slowly looking over at the other 2 documents. Bill of Rights. In Congress, a declaration, sir, the white warrior said, lowering its weapon and saluting. The red and the blue warriors soon followed. We are grateful you finally arrived. We've been waiting for you. Waiting for me? James asked, floating closer to them. Did Anna Sophia send you? Who are you people? Why am I in my old body? Can I get some cool armor too? The warriors did not move. We are the key holders, the white warrior said. You cannot find the dragon's blood without a key, the red one mentioned. He is a troll. He can steal the dragon's form, the blue whispered. Whoa, what? Time out, James said, looking from one warrior to another. Dragon's blood and what? Did Anna Sophia send you guys? Time is short, the warrior in white said mystically. You have made it this far, but other dangers await you. Only the commander-in-chief may access the dragon's blood. Take it. Use it against our ancient foe. Wait, James cried, feeling something pulling him back. What am I supposed to do? Wait! This is such... The air around him turned white once more. As it did, the sound of a bell ringing filled his ears, while the warriors all vanished before his eyes. James! You're... Whoa! Mace covered his mouth and looked away as Milo struggled to get to his feet nearby. Is the president all right? The mutant fox asked. I'll get back to you on that, Mace gagged. Looking down at his body, James saw how fluid he was. Everything below his chest looked like he'd been poured out of a chocolate syrup bottle, besides a few extra colors mixed in here and there. Thankfully, the nasty display didn't last long. Reforming himself back into the shape of Mrs. Pierce, James looked up to see the 3 warriors and their plaques mysteriously gone. Mr. President, Milo mumbled, rolling over and holding his head. I'm sorry. Hey, Mace, James gurgled, struggling to reform his head. Help him up, will you? Mace let go of Charlie and threw his arms into the air. Which one? James pointed with a melting hand at the dazed fox mutant. Just get him up. Are you sure? Maybe we should just leave him for a. No, bro. Help him, James said, crawling over and leaving his lower half behind. Just pull him up. Oh, bro, get yourself together, Mace cried, looking away from the yellow mess. Guys, Charlie said, getting up and pointing at where the warriors had been. What was that? James crawled back to the parts of himself he'd left behind and squished himself back together. Something, they gave me a key, I think. It was weird. All of this has been weird. Shrugging, Charlie decided to chime in. At least there wasn't a second sea serpent. Sir, Milo moaned, still rolling on the ground. As he did, James pulled himself to his feet and looked at Mace. Will you help him up already? James felt his legs reforming underneath him, or rather, Mrs. Pierce's legs, as he struggled to stand up. As he did, he heard Mace pulling Milo to his feet. The mutant groaned, holding his head with one paw as Mace patted the side of his face. Any second now, dude. You can wake up whenever you want. The mutant took a long, deep breath. Slowly opening his eyes, he squinted at James as he pushed his hips back together while his body continued to form one solid piece. Well, that was random, James muttered in Mrs. Pierce's voice. The ground suddenly shook, making almost everyone fall over as books tumbled into puddles and dust fell from the ceiling. Thankfully, it didn't last, and as the tunnel stopped moving, everyone slowly stood all the way up. The heck was that? Mace asked, letting Milo go. Must be the capital, the mutant muttered, walking up to James. Sir, if we don't find what you're looking for soon, this whole place may collapse in on itself. I'm so not ready to be buried alive, Charlie said, shivering and looking around. Where's the way out? Did you speak to those entities? What did they say? Milo asked James, carefully reaching over and pushing his long hair out of his face. I already told you guys, they gave me a key or something, James said, waiting as his clothes automatically became clean again. They mentioned something about the dragon's blood or whatever. I wasn't really listening. James watched Milo's eyes widen. His ears perked up, as if he'd just been offered a treat and a walk at the same time. Sir? Milo asked. Yeah? Did you say dragon's blood? James gave the fox mutant a look, as though he'd grown his other two heads back. You're not going deaf, are you, Milo? And they gave you a key to unlock it, Milo continued, as if James wasn't even there. Is there an echo in here? James asked no one. The fox mutant suddenly grabbed his shoulders, shaking him back and forth as though he were trying to get him to calm down while their plane crashed. We have to find that right now, Milo yelled. Whoa, stop it, Mace said as he and Charlie pulled Milo off of James. What's your problem, man? Milo shook his head and started pacing back and forth. Dragon's blood. The legends are true. The founding fathers got some of the dragon's own blood. The mutant stopped, looking at the ceiling and shaking his fist. You hear that, dragon? We've got your blood! The ground shook once more, nearly making everyone fall over again. This time, Mace was the first one on his feet. Shut up, dude! I think he can hear us! Milo got up and smiled, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Who cares? We've got his blood! We can control him for a change! Milo cheered, jumping up and down as Charlie helped James to his feet. Nodding at the blonde young man, James spoke with Sirian's voice while in Mrs. Pierce's body. Thanks, dude. Milo, calm down. Leaving Charlie looking a little disturbed, James walked over to the celebrating fox and held his shoulders. Chill, all right? Who cares if we have the dragon's blood? What are we supposed to do with it? Milo suddenly calmed down, looking at James carefully before putting his claws over his chin. Actually, sir, that's... Well, I'll be. Wait, Charlie said, walking over and standing beside Milo. The two looked at one another as a light bulb seemed to go off between them. Could he? Yes, he could, Milo said, smiling again and looking back at James. I mean, in theory, it makes perfect sense. Oh my word, just tell us already, Mace yelled. I'm losing brain cells by the second. And he's only got 2 left. James chimed in, giving Mesa a serious nod. James, remember the water snake thing? Charlie said. That was like a couple hours ago, James said. I know, but you remember how it works? You can become whatever you eat. If you get the dragon's blood, Milo said, waving his hand. James's eyes widened at the thought. Suddenly, this adventure had scaled from a mid-7 to a solid 10. Oh, come on, May said, finally getting it. I want to turn into a freaking dragon.
Chapter 12. The Assault. Second thoughts pierced Anna Sophia's mind as she looked through the binoculars at the menacing structure nearby. Here stood the place where she'd abandoned Mark in favor of her duties to her country, a country that was so quick to fall to pieces. Her mind swirled in confusion, frustration, and doubt as they all battled for a place at the front of her mind. He's waiting for you. Did she really think they were going to be able to save Mark from this place, despite knowing the horrors that undoubtedly awaited them inside? Even if they did find him, he'd more than likely try to kill them as soon as they came into view. As it did, a darker question pounced on her weak psyche. If it came down to it, who would she save? Mark or the others? Her finger pulsed where her ring should have been. Rubbing her hands together, she felt the sergeant reach over and take the binoculars back. I don't see any activity, he mentioned, keeping his voice quiet. The inside must be a free-for-all by now. Looking at the abandoned structure from their hiding place, Anna Sophia felt a sense of eeriness sweep across her. The concrete mass was pressed into the Alaskan tundra like a gray smudge on the green and white environment. It bore no outward signs of a struggle, not like the Hawaiian base had. It was as though everyone just got up and left, if they got out at all. At least getting inside wouldn't be that difficult. Then again, getting in wasn't the part that worried her. Hearing the sergeant put the binoculars away, Anna Sophia closed her eyes and clenched her hands together. The voice returned to the back of her mind, clearer than ever. Find him. Find Mark before it's too late. Opening her eyes, she heard the sergeant standing up before climbing over the bank they'd been behind. The mission was on. Last chance to call it off. The others would listen to her if she told them to stop. They could all run back to the IG and try and regroup with Miss Houston. Maybe she'd have a better idea for how to handle this. She'd always known what to do before. You need to do this. Anna Sophia shook her head. No. This was what she needed to do. It didn't matter if it was the right thing or not. She needed closure. She needed to know if Mark was still alive, and if he wasn't, not giving herself the chance to dwell on that possibility, she followed the sergeant. In her earpiece, she heard him tell the others to approach the structure. Mickey responded quickly, putting a green laser on a side hatch door just up ahead of them. Running through the snow, Anna Sophia and the sergeant made their way over to the hatch. As the cold wind ruffled her hair, she felt adrenaline pump through her veins as the others reported that they'd made it to their entrances. Looking back at the trees, Anna Sophia spied the faint outline of Mickey's aura and nodded once. The green laser turned off, and the sergeant gave the order to breach. Wind caught her hair as Anna Sophia held her hand out towards the door. Her eyes flared with magic as fire sparked and melted the metal plate before them. As it dripped down, she reached out and grabbed the molten liquid with her bare hands, peeling it away and creating an opening big enough for her and the sergeant to fit through. Shoving her hands in the snow nearby, she ignored what little pain there was as the sergeant pulled his rifle up and stepped inside. Taking one last look back, Anna Sophia nodded once more at the tree line. Godspeed, Madam Vice President, Mickey said into her earpiece. Without responding, Anna Sophia climbed in after the sergeant and left the cold and snow behind. Traveling down the hatch, they soon came to a set of fans. The sergeant made quick work of them with a set of chains he'd brought, and with a little more heat, they were soon traveling deeper into the structure. With every step they took, she recalled the last time she and the sergeant had been here.
The cries and animalistic moans of the poor soldiers who'd given in to the dragon's curse had filled every corner of the facility then. Now, only silence greeted them as they carefully crawled their way around. West Side breached. Mo reported through the radio. Head to the rendezvous. Clear it out. We'll continue together from there, the sergeant said, looking back at Anna Sophia. They both shared a look before continuing to a nearby grate. Carefully opening it, they stepped into a dark hallway and checked both sides. Not seeing anything, Anna Sophia took the sergeant's service pistol and faced the stretch of metal hallways behind them. Carefully moving down the empty hall, they listened for any sounds of life. Nothing reached them beyond their own footsteps as they stepped over broken ground. This doesn't make any sense, Anna Sophia thought. This place had been full of people working around the clock to make sure the mutants here didn't escape. If everything had broken down here like they thought, then where were the signs of a struggle? Where were the bodies? Sergeant, Anna Sophia asked, looking back the way they'd come. Yes, ma'am? Something's not right. Yes, ma'am. Something crackled nearby. Both of them spun around and pointed their weapons in the direction of the noise. A dark figure slipped around a corner out of sight, leaving a broken icicle on the ground. As the visitor vanished, Anna Sophia and the sergeant both looked at each other. Gulping, Anna Sophia nodded once more, and they started to follow after it. Their boots clomped against the ground as they rounded a nearby corner, passing a sign on the wall that pointed to Holding Area 4. She could see the aura of whatever it was they were following. It was definitely held by the dragon, as faint as it was. Mark? The sergeant asked her as they continued following it. I can't tell, Anna Sophia said as they rounded another corner. The two of them froze, their boots screeching against the wet floor as the figure slowly looked back from the large open area before them. Hundreds of auras suddenly came into view through the darkness, accompanied by the laughter of mutants that covered every walkway. Before them was a central area with tattered flags of every state hanging from the second level. The open space in the middle stretched as high as the building itself, levels upon levels of holding areas, offices, and control rooms, all full of willing slaves to the dragon's curse. Except these looked more animal than human. Worst of all, every single one of them looked very, very hungry. The figure they'd been chasing stepped toward them, holding out its hoofs and bending its long giraffe neck down to the ground in a mocking bow. Welcome, guests, it brayed, standing up to its full height and towering over them. We've been expecting you. Sergeant, we got a problem, Bart's voice cut in over their radio, followed by gunshots that echoed from somewhere deeper in the facility. Perhaps the two of you will be able to convince the others to come to their senses, the giraffe mutant said, stepping towards them. Anna Sophia saw its aura above its head, the two massive red claws of the dragon, holding the sides of it firmly. A click came as the sergeant pointed his rifle directly at the mutant's head. Not gonna happen, he growled. Laughter rolled in from the horde before them. It made Anna Sophia's skin crawl. Are you sure you want to shoot a fellow soldier, Sergeant? The giraffe mocked, pointing a hoof at the tattered uniform it wore. Isn't that a crime? Boom! Anna Sophia covered her ears as the face of the giraffe mutant stayed frozen mid-snicker. The laughter behind it stopped, the mutants shifting back in surprise as the giraffe fell to the ground, dead. Pointing the rifle at them, the sergeant stepped forward with Anna Sophia close behind. Holding his weapon with one hand, he pointed his free hand at the faceless mob before them. We're looking for one, Mark S. Adams, the sergeant yelled, his voice making the auras of their foes shake. Come forward, and we'll let the rest of you live. The faces of the mutants all turned sour. Snarling, a few dared inch closer, drawing weapons of their own as the stench of soggy animal fur filled the room. Not a chance they were going to win this, Anna Sophia realized, seeing a few mutants fill the space behind them. As the monsters began to close in, She felt sweat drip down the side of her head before pointing the service pistol at them. I can help. Something began to glow red. Looking down her arm, she saw the engagement ring mysteriously back on her finger, pulsing like a red kill switch. It beckoned her, begging her to make her wish, here and now. No! Anna Sophia yelled, grabbing the side of her head. The distant voice quickly faded, leaving her alone, back to back with the sergeant once more. Not yet, she thought, refocusing on the coming fight. Kill them! A hamster mutant roared. All at once, the monsters began to shoot and charge. As they did, Anna Sophia felt her magic spring up around them, encasing them in an orange ball of power that melted every bullet on impact. Nice save, ma'am, the sergeant said, pulling out the most wicked-looking combat knife Anna Sophia had ever seen. With all the precision of a surgeon, she felt him cut a hole in their magical barrier just big enough to stick the barrel of his rifle through. Gunshots began to fill the air. The sound was so loud, she couldn't help but grab her ears again. The cries of mutants started to reach them, just as the end of the sergeant's barrel finally melted. Get ready! The sergeant slammed into Anna Sophia's back, breaking the barrier and sending her rolling across the floor. Dazed, she struggled to her feet and saw a mutant iguana hissing at her from its spot on the second floor, dangling the sergeant over the mass of mutants, with its tail wrapped around his neck. The sergeant reached up and sliced himself free. As the mutant screeched, Anna Sophia watched her bodyguard fall right into the mass of other mutants that quickly swarmed over him. Horrified, Anna Sophia got to her feet and felt her wings explode out of the back of her uniform. The force caught some nearby mutants on fire, sending them running away in terror. Flapping her wings, she rose above the ground and got to the next level. Vaulting over the railing, she sprinted through a nearby door as the sounds of the mutants tearing into the sergeant echoed around the large space behind her. Run, 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 run! All she could think about was running. Round another corner. Where's Mark? The mutants had to know where she was. Where in the complex was she? Bullets! Gunshots nearby? Couldn't be friendly. Blind fire. Something was gaining. Should she use magic? A massive hand suddenly seized her left wing. Ah! Anna Sophia cried. You're mine! A blue mutant gorilla roared, holding her up and shoving its gun right into her stomach. Yelling like a banshee, Anna Sophia grabbed the monster's hand. A torrent of fire exploded from her fingers, making the mutant scream. Rather than dropping her, it flung her away with the force of a slingshot, sending her straight through a nearby doorway. Landing hard, she felt the air rush out of her lungs. Everything hurt, especially her wings. Choking, she rolled onto her stomach, getting up on her hands and knees as the gorilla smashed into the walls of the hallway, no doubt trying to put its hand out. Holding back the tears, Anna Sophia shook violently as she reached over her shoulder to check her left wing. To her horror, she felt nothing there. I'll eat you alive! Screamed the gorilla, stumbling its way over. Holding its burnt hand against its chest, Anna Sophia watched as the beast cast a shadow over her, all four of its hands now visible. Bang, bang, bang! The shots of her service pistol did little against the monster. Its nostrils flared as it glared down at her, drool dripping from the sides of its jaws. It reached for her just as another mutant appeared in the doorway behind it, no doubt here to help finish the job. Anna Sophia felt her blood run cold as her ring glowed red once more. It was no use. No amount of magic would save her from this. Wish. Something large flew directly over Anna Sophia's head, crashing into the mutants like a semi-truck through a picket fence. The newcomer's body blocked her view of whatever it was doing to her assailants. A huge wall of white fur shuddered as the gorilla's screams carried over its mass. She could hear the creature tearing its way through the mutant, grabbing one of the gorilla's arms and ripping it clean off. Crawling back, she heard a sickening crunch right before the mutant gorilla slumped over. Leveling her pistol at the white mass, She leaned against the wall as her savior slowly turned, revealing the blood-covered muzzle of a terrifying polar bear. Its aura looked frazzled, unclear, as if it wasn't sure what it was, as it sniffed the air. It began to move towards her, each heavy footstep making the ground beneath her shake. Struggling to keep her pistol held upright, she tried to point it directly at the bear's head, her vision blurred by the tears and the pain. Dropping the weapon, Anna Sophia closed her eyes and waited for the end. Sniff, sniff. The bear's breath blew her hair out of her eyes. Daring to open them, she saw the beast a few inches away from her, the blood on its maw dripping onto the ground before her. A moment passed, then another. Neither the fairy nor the polar bear moved, their eyes fixed on one another, each wondering what the other would do. Eventually, Anna Sophia realized who this must have been. Mark?
Chapter 13. The Unlucky. I miss Lilith, Mace said as Charlie carried James around on his back, his legs still not solid enough to put his full weight on yet. It was a little embarrassing being carried around by the tall blonde boy like a kid, but at the same time, Charlie seemed pretty eager to help. A pace or two ahead walked Milo, sniffing the air and leading them down another passageway. She'd probably have found a way out by now if she was with us, Mace said, kicking an old book out of the way. She was always good with directions. No, she wasn't, James said, looking over his shoulder. She got lost getting to our dorm, and we live across the street from her. Just ignore him, Charlie said, pulling James up on his back. Looking back at Charlie's head, James couldn't help but reach over and flick the back of his ear. If I get hungry, I'm eating you first. Fear not, gentlemen. We're going in the right direction, Milo mentioned, peering around the corner before jogging ahead. Oh, well, let me just throw caution in front of the speeding bus then, Mace said, kicking a nearby rock. You want me to carry our damsel in distress, Charlie? Nah, I'm good, Charlie said, grunting as he adjusted James on his back once more. It's good practice. For what? James mumbled, combing Mrs. Pierce's hair out of his face for the millionth time. Looking him up and down, Mace paused before opening his mouth. Come on, bro, you've seen how many times I have to carry Lilith home. Literally every time, James grumbled, slipping into Mrs. Pierce's voice. You know, I'm starting to think finding an underground mountain isn't as easy as Anna Sophia let on. All due respect, Mr. President, Milo said, standing on two legs and waiting for James and Mace to catch up. If we can stumble upon the living embodiments of the founding documents, what can't we do? Pay attention to your surroundings, apparently. Everyone stopped moving. The voice sounded menacing, yet cool, not unlike a Saturday morning cartoon villain. Of all five of them there, only Milo knew exactly who the voice belonged to. The legendary assassin, Milo, is leading the enemy straight into a trap, the voice said as a creature walked into the dim light. Their large yellow claws grabbed the sides of a nearby doorframe, cracking the stone with almost no effort. A troll. A terrifying yellow troll, grinning from horn to horn as it rolled its shoulders back. The black suit it wore looked pristine, shining in the light as though it had just come out of a British spy thriller. Lord Gyllenhaal, Milo muttered, stepping back. The stench of sweaty animals reached everyone's noses, making Mace start to gag. Mutants snickered and licked their lips as they climbed out of holes in the ceiling. Before James could blink, they had them surrounded on all sides, weapons drawn and claws ready to rip and tear. Focusing on the leader, James gritted his teeth. He felt his arms growing larger as Mrs. Pierce's skin was replaced by hard, yellow scales. So, it's true, the leader marveled, walking between the mutants and standing before him. You really did take his body. Want to see what I can do with it? James challenged, beginning to fully morph back into his troll form. To his surprise, the other troll laughed. Of course not, sir. We're here to help you after all, he sneered, leaning around James and nodding to Milo. Right, Mr. Milo? The sound of a knife being drawn filled the room as the enemies around them twitched. I'll help you into one of these tombs, Gyllenhaal, Milo snarled. James felt his legs finish reforming as his mouth went dry. They weren't actually going to fight here, right? It was too small a space.
They would get absolutely destroyed. Spinning around, James reverted back into Mrs. Pierce and waved down the angry mutant. Wait, please, stop, sir, Milo said, shaking his head. We can't trust them. I know, just chill for a second, James said, looking around. We can't fight here, there's not enough room. What a smart leader, Gyllenhaal laughed, walking between them and over to Charlie. You sure you're not what's-his-name? Also, Milo, what happened to you? Poor Milo started to shake, his foxtail curling between his legs. I broke free. No, you've lost some weight, the troll roared, covering his eyes as the other mutants all began to laugh and point. Something appeared in the corner of Milo's eyes, and James recognized it. Before he could jump over, he watched the fox mutant grab a nearby rock and throw it straight at the troll's head. It shattered, spraying Gyllenhaal in pebbles and dust as the other mutants all quieted down. Milo stood right up to the monster before him, grabbing the front of his suit and leaning in. Your master is weak. The air of the tombs grew still, as even Charlie and Mace froze. James clenched his fists, wondering if he was fast enough to grab the others and escape through the holes in the ceiling. Before he could decide, he watched the troll brush the fox mutant off and chuckle. When did you grow a spine? Gyllenhaal asked. Before anyone could react, Milo was sent hurling into the nearby wall. His body cracked against the stone, tumbling to the ground with a sickening crunch as the mutants began to roar with laughter once more. Some cheered Gyllenhaal's name, while others looked away in fear. Milo! Mace yelled, trying to run to his side. Instead, a horse mutant grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up as a panda mutant got its claws on Charlie, too. Anyway, Gyllenhaal yelled, turning back to James, how about that mysterious underground mountain, eh? Ice seemed to flow through James's veins. He looked over at Milo's broken body, the aura above it starting to fade. Anger filled his mind as Gyllenhaal's arm was suddenly around his shoulder. Pulling him in, the enemy laughed again and started to lead him away. Relax, former Mr. President, the troll sneered. I'll get you a new one after we find what you've been sent here for. With that, James felt the monsters steer him away from the horde of laughing beasts. Together they walked around the corner, into a large and open area as blasts of mist touched their faces. The sound of crumbling rock nearby could be heard as they both struggled to look through the spray. Opening his eyes, James gasped at what stood before them. So, Mr. James, Gyllenhaal said, patting his shoulder and combing some of Mrs. Pierce's hair out of his face. Want to try that key you were given? Before he could answer, James heard Mace and Charlie being dragged in after them. Hurling insults, Mace only stopped once he realized what they were looking at. Is that freaking Mount Rushmore? Mace screamed, his voice cracking. Filling a massive cavern that stretched for miles around them, had to be the biggest underground mountain James had ever seen. The white rock nearly glowed amidst the darkness, the giant faces of former presidents filling every visible inch of the stone structure before them. There had to be nearly 50 of them, all expertly carved and poised stoically as torches burned along the edges of the cavern. Magnificent, isn't it, James? Gyllenhaal asked, holding his head and patting his cheek. Someday, there'll be one of you, no doubt. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Looking closer at the giant stone heads, James could tell something was hidden behind each carving's eyes. Tombs. The president's tombs, all within the mountain itself. Looking all the way down to the left, he saw what had to be George Washington at the end. Something about it beckoned to him. Finding this place was hard enough, Gyllenhaal said, letting James go and turning around. But turns out one needs a key to actually step inside. Fortunately, we happened upon your little expedition just before I ran out of bodies to throw at it. What do you want from us? Charlie yelled as he struggled under a mutant crocodile's scaly grip. The yellow troll walked over to him. With one claw, it hushed him. To be honest, Charlie, I don't want anything from you. Slowly looking over at Mace, he smiled and nodded, showing off rows of thin, sharpened teeth. You either, Mason. You're both just along for the ride anyway, aren't you? You wound up here by accident. Unlike James here. Gyllenhaal took a few steps back, pointing his index claw directly at Mace's head. I really should be thanking you, James, he said, talking over his shoulder. Not only did you manage to finally kill that idiot Syrian, his claws slowly dragged through the air, moving to a point right at Charlie's skull, but you're going to give me one of the most valuable national treasures your people ever got, and our master will thank me for it. Spinning around, the troll smiled right at James and shrugged. Let's see, that's 2 favors you've done for me. Oh, wait, how could I forget? Gyllenhaal slammed a claw against his head, leaning back dramatically before moving over to James. He leaned against him. You also gave me an excuse to slaughter that stupid fox. That's 3 favors I owe you, Gyllenhaal laughed. That was about the moment James lost all his patience. Trying to focus on his troll form, he really tried to bring his anger to the full front of his mind. He wanted to squish that monster with his own claws. He wanted to tear its head off and toss it into the cavern before ripping through the other mutants like paper. He wanted a bloodbath for DC, for America, and especially for poor Milo. Let's see, 1 favor each, and there are 2 of them. That means I only owe you 1 more favor. Mace, Charlie, it's your lucky day, the troll mocked. Walking around in front of him, Gyllenhaal leaned down as James struggled to focus. His skin pulsed and flexed with yellow, but quickly reverted back to Mrs. Pierce. Come on, you can do it. Focus. Their heads nearly touched as Gyllenhaal squinted at him. The black slits in the monster's eyes looked like gashes surrounded by red and orange stone. It made James want to curl up into a ball and cry. They were exactly the same as the dragon's eyes. This'll help take your mind off it. What favor would you have me do, Mr. President? I want you to take your forces and leave, he growled in Mrs. Pierce's voice. The troll shivered and stepped back, laughing loudly. Is that all your imagination could come up with? He roared. Is that all the infamous troll-slaying James would ask of me? Oh, what a wish indeed. All right then. You heard him, Gyllenhaal said, waving a finger in a circle above his head. Let's leave. See how far they get before we come back. More braying and hissing came from the mutants as they parted before the troll in black, letting Mace and Charlie fall to the ground before following their leader back the way they'd come. James rushed over to his companions, pulling them up and watching the creatures smile at them before leaving. No way it's that easy, Mace said, watching their captors depart. Soon enough, only the 3 friends were standing alone before the hidden super Mount Rushmore. They killed Milo. They actually killed him, Charlie said, gritting his teeth and pushing his glasses up on his face. James stopped him before he could start walking after their foes. Wait, something's not right. Sure enough, before they could say another word, the troll in black and his forces returned. Evil laughter again filled the cavern as the mutants and trolls walked back out onto the ledge, pulling out their weapons and pointing them straight at their heads. And we're back, Gyllenhaal said, walking right up to James and shaking his head. You should have worded your favor better. Good thing you've never made a wish with our master. James finally focused and morphed back into his troll form. Flames started to roll up the sleeves of his suit as he began walking towards his foe. Instead of backing down, Gyllenhaal pushed him back with an evil glint in his eyes. Are we really going to do this? Right here, on the edge? Do you even have a form that can fly? James looked back at Mace and Charlie. The mutants that held them prisoner were already inching toward the cliffside. Even if he didn't have some transformation that could take to the air, was there any guarantee he'd be able to carry both of them with it? Would he even be able to dodge whatever gunfire came from Gyllenhaal and his forces? Not to mention, the evil troll probably had a flying form of his own. Even trying to imagine an aerial battle while juggling Mace and Charlie felt impossible. At least it would be unless he got the dragon's blood. After a moment longer, James growled and transformed back into Mrs. Pierce. Smart move, Gyllenhaal said, stepping around him and tapping his shoulder. I propose a temporary truce. You what? Mace shouted, almost running up to him. Charlie stopped him. You just killed our friend! He wasn't your friend. You knew each other for a few hours, Gyllenhaal said, shrugging. Besides, the king would have gotten control of him sooner or later. Insults started to fly out of Mace's mouth as Charlie struggled to hold him back. All the while, James remembered messing with Milo's aura, freeing it from those red claws that held it tight. Looking at the many mutants around them, he wondered if they were all really as trapped as Gyllenhaal claimed. Not seeing much of a choice, James took a deep breath and held out a hand to the troll. Truce. The troll smiled and squeezed his hand. Wincing from the pain, James watched Gyllenhaal look back at his troops. Diplomacy, he laughed. Another round of animal noises and evil laughter came from the monsters around them. Pulling free of the troll's grip, James rubbed his hand as he looked out over the long cavern before them. He felt his friends join him, Mace in particular keeping an eye on their new escorts. Just say the word, James, he said, spitting on the ground. I can take him. No, he cannot. Chapter 14. Against All Odds. How did one man manage to escape all of you? Find him and kill him already! Reaching down to retrieve his combat knife, the sergeant tore the blade free from a mutant's corpse before backing away into the shadows. Nearby, more mutant soldiers galloped and crawled by the hole he hid in. They screamed like animals, but yelled like confused people, unable to fully understand one another as more infighting soon broke out. Not far away, he could hear gurgling as something convulsed on the ground. These weren't organized forces. If they had been, he would be dead by now. This was more like fighting a pack of wild dogs than an enemy horde. Stalking out of the darkness with knife in hand, the sergeant checked both corners of the open walkway before him. Sure enough, a mutant dog man of some kind lay on the ground a few feet away. Its face wore an expression of pure agony, both eyes rolling around in opposite directions as the sergeant approached. Finishing the poor creature off, he stalked along the wall and ducked into a nearby open cell. Rolling underneath the bed, he listened as more mutants tore their way past. Their claws clanked against each bar, their painful cries falling on deaf ears. Waiting patiently like a snake in a rabbit hole, the sergeant held his knife over his chest as he heard the beasts tearing into one another. Picturing their scuffle in his mind, he matched his outline with the sounds of their conflict and gripped the handle of his blade tightly. At just the right moment, he rolled out from his spot and charged the door. Bam! With a powerful kick, the barred cell flew open. The nearby mutants looked up from their fight too late, screaming like pigs as the sergeant began to dispose of each of them. Necks slashed, kidneys stabbed, and bodies falling limp as he almost silently secured 4 more kills. The sergeant quickly wiped his blade clean on the torn clothing of the nearest body before stalking his way down the endless rows of holding cells. His thoughts quickly turned to the vice president as he cleared another hallway, the distant sounds of mutants screeching echoing through the broken structure around him. He knew Anna could handle herself, at least for a while. Didn't change that he had to find her before she got overwhelmed, or lit the whole place on fire. Hey, a voice called, making the sergeant snap around. A short figure staggered out of the dim light of a nearby hallway. Dragging a rifle on the ground behind them, they attempted to salute the sergeant before leaning on the barrel of the weapon. We're in trouble here, Sarge, Ernie the gnome said, looking around. A sound of crawling came from the space behind them, drawing their attention. The sergeant held his combat knife at the ready, not bothering to ask where the rest of the squad was. Where's the vice president, Sarge? Bernie asked, struggling to hold his rifle up. We got separated, the sergeant responded, looking down at Bernie. He watched the gnome struggle to keep his weapon up as he closed one of his eyes. The little man's left hand stayed at the ready, finger on the trigger as he scanned the hallway behind them. Hey, Bern, the sergeant said, walking up behind him as a shadow fell over his face. The gnome soldier spun around, pointing his rifle at the sergeant's chest. The combat knife flashed, leaving a streak of blue light in the air as the sergeant nearly took the gnome's head clean off. As its body fell, he watched as it began to melt into that familiar shade of yellow. Bernie's right-handed, the sergeant said, watching the short troll revert into its normal form before him, its head only reaching to the top of his knee. Oh, shut up, Govey, the little troll grumbled, pulling its head back on straight. It reached down and picked up one half of the rifle before groaning and tossing it aside. What are you guys even doing here? Classified, the sergeant said, rushing the monster and swiping forward with his knife. The little troll grumbled to itself as it rolled away, dodging each swipe as its body began to change again. The sergeant stopped and watched as the troll grew in size, brown, shaggy fur covering it from head to toe. With an angry roar, the fake Mo leveled a punch right at the sergeant's head. Ducking in time, he heard the wall behind him crunch as the mighty swing broke the metal like a sledgehammer through cardboard. "Stop moving!" the troll yelled in Mo's voice, jumping over and smashing the ground as the sergeant rolled back. Switching his knife to his other hand, the sergeant snapped his fingers as the light of the hallway illuminated the scar on his face. Another roar came from the fake Sasquatch as it tried to kick him in the chest. Much to its surprise, the hit actually landed. With one giant foot on the soldier's body, the troll looked confused as the sergeant stood there, completely unfazed and unmoved. Grabbing the giant foot, the sergeant brought his combat knife down into the monster's big toe. Screaming, the troll fell back, its body morphing again as it hit the ground. "That's not fair!" it screamed, holding its foot as its body changed into someone that made the sergeant stop in place. "That's it. You're in for it now," the troll said in Anna Sophia's voice. Wings grew from its back as it began to smile evilly. The monster floated above the ground as it pointed one hand right at the sergeant's head. Thinking fast, the sergeant sprinted to the side and broke through a nearby cell door just as jets of flame filled the hallway behind him. Quickly patting his shoulder, the sergeant put out a fire that had snagged his uniform before looking around the holding cell. Seeing the toilet in the back corner, he leapt behind it as more fire filled the space around him. He heard the metal of the toilet beginning to melt as the troll laughed nearby. "There's no reason to keep fighting, Govey. We already won. Just give up already." As more flames began to lick the edge of his chin from behind the toilet, the sergeant lifted his combat knife. The blade seemed to glow as the fake Anna Sophia laughed like a cartoon villain. Only one way out of this. Thinking fast, he waited for a break in the fire before jumping out and throwing his knife directly at the fake Anna Sophia's head. The blade flew through the air with deadly precision, the sound of its edge cutting through the atmosphere like a flying saucer. The troll saw the attack coming, barely leaning out of the way as the knife carved through its orange hair. The edge landed on the wall behind it, making the troll stand up and smile. "Missed," it said in Anna Sophia's voice, turning just in time to see the sergeant's boot. Down the hallway, an armadillo mutant watched an orange-haired fairy girl go flying into the far wall. A buff man in camo stepped out after it, the American flag patch on his shoulder catching the light as he looked over, only his eyes visible beneath the shadow that covered his face. The sergeant watched as the armadillo mutant turned and ran at full speed. Looking back at his opponent, he watched the fake Anna Sophia struggle to try and get up, holding its broken nose as it looked at him with all the anger it could. You hit me in the..." Not giving it a chance to finish, the sergeant grabbed the fake vice president by the face and slammed him into the wall. Yellow began to overtake the orange color of its hair, the whole creature pulsing with a mustard hue with each hit it took. "Stop! Stop!" the demonic little beast cried under the sergeant's powerful grip. Ignoring the monster's pleas, the sergeant maintained his stoic expression as he slammed its head into the wall. Each hit made the crater bigger until the fake Anna Sophia was almost completely yellow and shuddering from the pain. Holding the creature up, the sergeant watched it morph back into its small troll form as it struggled to grab his hand. Just stop, stupid Govey," the little troll said, struggling to reform its head. "Where's the vice president?" the sergeant asked calmly. His eyes looked white amidst the dim lighting of the complex. As soon as the troll's own eyes reformed properly, it glared back at him. "I don't know, I just found one of her wings," the troll said, shrugging. Squeezing his grip around the little monster's head, the sergeant waited as it began to struggle again. Okay, I think I..." "You think?" the sergeant asked. For sure, I saw her earlier," the little troll screamed. "She made it to the 4th level. Now let me go." Still holding the little creature in one hand, the sergeant walked over to the wall where his knife had landed. Pulling it out with ease, he heard the little monster chuckle beneath his hand. "What are you doing, Govey? I told you what you wanted. Now let me go. That knife isn't going to do anything," it snickered. Letting the little troll go, the sergeant watched it fall onto the ground as its skin changed into a nice green suit. Pulling the ends of its sleeves, it smiled grossly at him. "That's better," it said. Noticing the sergeant walking back into the cell, it watched as he pulled the half-melted toilet seat up before slowly looking back at him. The troll's face turned to a look of horror. No, no, come on. What is this, middle school? It tried to say, backing up. Before it could run or transform, the sergeant was on him once more. Dragging the little monster back, the sergeant couldn't help but smile as he heard its screams of protest. With his knife in his teeth, the sergeant carefully climbed up a metal ladder into the large open center of the complex. This position was so exposed, but all other ways up had been destroyed or were blocked, and with time not being on his side. All around him, the screams of mutants fighting one another echoed across the expanse of broken cells. Occasionally, he heard one of them fall over the edge to the ground below. Just a little longer. The fourth floor was so close, he could hear more fighting happening just over the concrete edge above. Trying not to imagine what may have happened to the vice president, he reached for the concrete lip. Without any warning, the metal ladder broke under him. The metal bars bashed into the ground below with a terrible groan, sending dust and debris into the air as the sergeant held onto the concrete ledge of level 4 with one hand. Focusing, he quickly started pulling himself up and over. Just before he could get there, the concrete began to crumble. Struggling to adjust his grip, the sergeant heard something from the spot where the ladder had fallen below. Daring to look down, he could make out a small group of mutants looking up at him and pointing. From where he hung, he couldn't quite see what they were mutants of, but he could see that they all looked rather big. One of the mutants spread its wings, screaming like a hawk before leaping into the air. The other mutants cheered as their companion made a beeline straight for him. Grumbling in frustration, the sergeant tried again to pull himself up and over the edge. Once again, the concrete failed him, and he had no choice but to shimmy away as the stone crumbled and fell to the ground below. Looking back, he saw the flying mutant getting closer, its white head and yellow beak twisted in rage. Thinking fast, the sergeant grabbed a chunk of broken rock with his free hand. Carefully maintaining his grip with the other, he dropped the concrete right over the mutant's head. The monster's eyes widened as the broken building material tumbled through the air towards it. Dipping down at the last second, it screeched as small pebbles bounced off its backside. Quickly flapping its mutated wings, it reached a talon towards the sergeant as the sound of the rock hitting the ground reached them. Grabbing back onto the ledge with both hands, the sergeant waited as the eagle mutant tore through the air, aimed right at his back. "Die, Govey!" the beast screamed. Phoom! Flame tore down the unsuspecting eagle, roasting it before it even had time to scream. As its body fell back towards the lower floors, the sergeant looked up and came face to face with the biggest polar bear he'd ever seen. "Sergeant!" Anna Sophia cried, coming out from behind the giant mass of white fur and blood. Pulling him up and over the edge, she hugged him tightly as he noticed the blood soaking through the back of her uniform, where one of her wings should have been. "Let's patch you up, miss," the sergeant said, ignoring the polar bear mutant as he looked around for anything he could use to wrap her wound. Her cold hand grabbed his arm, making him stop as mutants tore each other apart nearby. "Sergeant, we have what we came for. Tell the others to fall back." Looking at the vice president, the sergeant saw pain written across the poor young woman's face. Her orange hair was messy and matted with a streak of blood, and the ring on her left hand looked like it was glowing red. She was in no condition to move at top speed, but staying here was way out of the question. Quitting his search, he looked around for an escape. "You still have your weapon on you?" he asked. "No ammo," Anna Sophia said, walking back over to the polar bear in its torn military uniform. "Lost my radio, too. Can you call the others?" "They're dead, ma'am," the sergeant said, thinking of the little yellow troll. "Oh," Anna Sophia said, a little deliriously. She started to sway, falling against the polar bear, which huffed in her face. Seeing her start to slump, the sergeant reached out and caught the poor fairy girl before she hit the ground. Without waiting, he swung her onto his back before looking down at the polar bear. Its muzzle was stained with red, and its black eyes seemed to focus in on him. Looking at the remains of the uniform stretched out across its large body, the sergeant wondered if Anna had picked the wrong mutant. "That you, Mark?" he asked. Instead of answering, the polar bear exhaled hot air onto his face. It huffed a few times, nudging Anna's hand with its wet nose, and left a blood mark over the ring on her finger. Taking that as his answer, the sergeant spotted exactly what he needed on the wall nearby. Walking over and grabbing the fire escape plan, the sergeant looked around for the staircase they needed to take. Looking back at the giant white bear, the sergeant gritted his teeth as he felt Anna Sophia's breathing getting shallow. "Try to keep up, son." Turning around and running for the stairs, the sergeant heard nearby mutants screaming as the polar bear roared. Racing down broken steps and past infighting monsters, the sergeant followed the escape route as best he could. He could hear the bear as it galloped behind him, huffing and blasting Anna Sophia with its hot breath. The sergeant held her with one arm as a flamingo mutant staggered past them down the hallway. As soon as it looked at him, his knife tore through the air, cutting the creature down as they raced through the walkway to another set of stairs. Before long, the trio found themselves at the bottom, racing toward the sealed front entrance. The massive set of concrete walls stood firmly before them, bolted shut with rows of metal locks, all surrounded with claw marks and stab marks. As they approached, a horde of mutants gathered ahead of them, blocking the control panel from view. Flicking his knife into the air, the sergeant punched the closest mutant so hard that it crumpled to the ground before his blade returned to his hand. Holding his weapon out, the sergeant felt the world slow down as the mutants all looked up in fear. Teeth, claws, and knives flashed as he and the polar bear fought their way through their enemies, sending mutated bodies flying as the sergeant quickly reached the control panel. "Come on, Mark!" he yelled, pressing all the right buttons. As the metal bolts slid back and the giant doors began to open, snow and ice began crawling inside. The remaining mutants scattered as the polar bear angrily tore its way through them. The winds outside wrapped around the sergeant as he dove out into the snow, the chill immediately grabbing him as he raced through a sea of white. Thankfully, Mark was close behind, getting right under him and lifting him and Anna Sophia onto its back as it raced away from the death prison. As they galloped, the sergeant pulled the limp Anna Sophia around and placed her in front of him, trying to keep her head up. He watched her continue to bleed from where her wing had once been, her uniform turning red as she mumbled to herself. Thinking fast, the sergeant grabbed his shirt and tore it off, the cold tightening its grip on his body as he secured the camo button-up around the vice president's back, using his knife to turn it into a tourniquet. "Head for the IG!" the sergeant shouted as snow and wind pummeled them. If they could just make it back to the medical station inside the giant organic robot, they could save her. A gunshot ran past their heads, hitting a mutant that had decided to brave the cold. Its rhino horn shattered as it fell behind them. Up ahead, the sergeant spotted Mickey waving frantically in their direction. Just a little further. "Hold on, Anna," the sergeant said. Gripping the vice president's limp body as tightly as he could, the sergeant looked up just in time to see a large red tail smash into them. Chapter 15. The Deal. The wind and snow froze in place as Anna Sophia lifted her head. She felt the cold disappear as she got to her feet, the ring pulsing with red light on her finger as warmth began to reach her body. Staggering through the snow, she saw a familiar glow of a roaring campfire up ahead. Drawing near to it, she felt the snow on her face and hands melt as a large hooded figure sat on a log with their back turned to her. "Come on over and warm up." Anna Sophia looked down at her ring. The voice called to her, speaking to her heart as she fell to her knees. Wincing from the pain, she felt the sergeant's tourniquet secured around her back. All around her, the snow started to disappear as the voice reached her once again. "What a mess you are, my dear." Looking up, Anna Sophia saw the figure now facing her, standing next to the roaring flames. The warmth of the red fire called out to her, begging her to crawl up. Instead, she hugged herself and tried to look at who was so quick to invite her over. "What do you want?" she asked, though she knew the answer. To her surprise, the tall figure sighed and appeared to rub its eyes. "Let's speed this up." The environment changed around her, swirling in a beautiful display of ice tornadoes and flashes of moments in American history. Like windows through time, the images floated around her head, showing off moments of unrest, of soldiers returning home only to be hounded by protesters. Another played scenes from the American Civil War, of brothers on opposite sides, blowing holes in one another with rifles and grape shot. One window rippled through the air past her face, showing a massacre by American troops as children fled for their lives into cornfields. All of it made her skin crawl. "Come have a seat," the voice said, making the images fade from view. Anna Sophia gasped at what sat nearby, towering over her as a calm smile filled the creature's face. "Dragon," Anna Sophia whispered, watching as the tall red creature crossed its claws together. Its head was covered in black horns, some of those found on a triceratops frill and others like a ram, all woven together across the top and backside of its head. Smoke puffed out of its nostrils as its devilish eyes focused on her, casting beams of orange light directly on her face. Its gray suit looked freshly pressed, each metallic black button shining in the light of the campfire nearby. Overall, the creature reminded her a lot of James, but much taller and redder. Even sitting down, this beast had to be over 7 feet tall, casting a dark and imposing shadow down on her as it nodded at the empty seat in front of the desk. "Sit down," the dragon said coolly, its voice echoing through her mind and the air around her. Looking at the empty chair, Anna Sophia felt panic fill her mind. The dragon was here, sitting right in front of her. The same dragon the founding fathers fought and subdued, the same beast that had attacked the nation's capital, was here and telling her to sit down. She had to act now, to attack while she still could. Fire might not work well, but what other choice did she have? "That ring of yours looks rather red," the dragon mentioned, licking his lips as his gargoyle-like wings opened behind him, covering Anna Sophia in even more darkness. "You should definitely take it off." Instinctively, Anna Sophia grabbed her hand and held it close, daring the monster before her to take it with her eyes. The dragon smiled as the warmth of the fire continued to embrace them both. "All right," the dragon said, closing its eyes and flapping its wings once, sending embers across the desk and in her general direction. "Only trying to help. By the way, one of my boys turned this in." Reaching under the desk, the dragon pulled something out and showed it to her. Seeing it made Anna Sophia want to scream as she doubled over, gagging. The dragon laughed, sending more embers into the air. Some of them landed in her hair as the enemy of America waved the item around. "Relax, I'm happy to give it back. I'll even re-secure it without any pain. You just need to include it in your wish. And I'll see it through," the dragon said, shaking Anna Sophia's missing wing around like a wet piece of paper. "You were planning on making one, right? To make Mark human again, if I remember correctly? That's still on the table?" With that, the dragon tossed her wing onto the desk with a wet smack before standing up and walking around to her. Reaching down to the shivering girl, the dragon growled in hunger at the sight of her. Her scarlet blood made drool fall from the edges of its jaws, and he couldn't help but reach towards her. Instantly, Anna Sophia looked up and began crawling back into the snow. The warmth around her quickly faded as she found herself back in the tough tundra that was swirled around her, the chill of the Alaskan weather finding her as the dragon stood nearby. Snickering, the monster pulled down on the edges of his suit before walking over and offering her a giant claw. "Come now, let's get your contract signed and send you on your way," the dragon said, standing there with his claw out. Anna Sophia stared back at him, terror filling her voice as she spoke. "Contract?" she asked before she could stop herself. Jumping at the opportunity, the dragon retracted his claw and walked back to his desk before pushing her limp wing over. "Yes, contract. It's all here in writing. Everything you want for yourself and Mark to be provided by my power," the dragon said, pulling a beautiful piece of paper out from the desk drawer and setting it down. Anna Sophia instantly got to her feet and staggered over to the desk. Nearly falling into it, she gripped the edges as the dragon took his seat once more, chuckling to himself as she looked over the words. "Normally we'd do this whole song and dance where I'd be the fellow in the hood and I'd offer you some philosophical thing about how noble your sacrifice and love is, but..." The dragon stopped, tapping the top of the desk. "I've got a country to run, and you don't. So straight to business. Anna Sophia looked up from behind the contract and saw the dragon sitting back in his seat. Behind him stood the flag his followers had unveiled after taking control of DC, the edges of the campfire licking the American flag that hung over it. Looking back down at the contract, she read the words at the bottom out loud as the wind began to howl. By order of the king, the individuals mentioned above shall be absolved of any and all mutations normally brought on by contracts of this nature. This extends to present and future mutations currently suffered by the parties involved. Anna Sophia stopped, running a hand over her and Mark's names at the top of the contract. Written in gold calligraphy, the document reminded her more of a marriage license than any contract she'd ever seen. I know my other clients left you rather beaten up, the dragon mentioned, smoke continuing to flow out of his nostrils like a set of chimneys as he spoke. As a special sign now bonus, I'll even fix up your body for you. As the warmth of the fire began to grow almost to the point of discomfort, Anna Sophia looked down at the ring still on her finger. This had been her plan all along, hadn't it? She didn't know any other sure way to break the curse Mark suffered under. Making a new deal with the dragon was the only way to fix his mutation. People had been researching and trying to find ways out of the dragon's blood magic since before America was founded. This was the only choice. The only way out. She had to sign this. There was no other way to save Mark, even if it cost her her soul. Feeling her back, she felt her fingers dab some of her scarlet blood. Bringing it in front of her face, she stared at the liquid as she heard the dragon grumbling to himself. She felt her face grow hot as she pictured Miss Houston, Mr. Russo, and the president. What would they say once word of this reached them? You're saving the love of your life from being trapped as a polar bear for eternity, the dragon reminded her, tapping the beautiful contract on the desk with a claw. I'm sure even Mr. James will understand. As soon as the dragon mentioned his name, images flashed through her mind. Anna Sophia remembered the time she'd spent with the president. The moment he tried to declare his commitment to the American people made her chuckle. He'd been so sure of his new mission in life. He didn't even have his own body anymore, and yet... I'm gonna kill that dragon, Anna Sophia muttered, looking up at the enemy of America. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. He's going to slay you, Anna Sophia said, clenching her fist and hiding her blood as she started backing away from the desk. He's coming for you. Once you're dead, Mark will be free. The dragon chuckled and shook his terrifying head. I can't be slain. Not even your founding fathers managed to do that. James is different, Anna Sophia said, reaching over to her finger and slowly pulling off her ring. He's got your power, and he's not afraid of you. Her eyes focused on the ring, watching intensely as the red glow began to die. As it did, the dragon behind it came into view. And neither am I. The expression on the dragon's face began to sour. He slowly rose to his feet and leaned across the desk, his eyes nearly burning holes in Anna Sophia's heart. This is a limited-time deal. I can't guarantee. Rather than letting the monster finish, Anna Sophia felt her blood-matted hair start to float off her face as she held her hands together. A powerful ebb of orange light began to swirl between her fingers as her ring fell into the snow. The power she held melted together in a small vortex as she saw the dragon's aura begin to appear. Her heart nearly froze in her chest as the dragon's true form started to manifest before her eyes. The red aura began to fill the sky over her, pushing her to her knees as she felt the beast's overwhelming presence grapple against her own, its claws trying to tear her soul apart. Curses in an ancient tongue echoed around the tundra as she fell face first into the white void around her. The pain in her back returned in full force as the dragon's roar hounded her ears, all her strength fading as she silently cried out for Mark. As her vision began to fade, she saw her engagement ring in the snow nearby. As the full force of the wind returned, the final beam of red light faded, and the ring was lost beneath the growing blizzard. Anna! The sergeant shouted, running through the snow to her side. Anna Sophia could barely open her eyes as the wind forced its way over her weak frame. She felt the sergeant lift her up as the huffs of the polar bear began to replace the dragon's roaring. Thankfully, as the sergeant lifted her onto Mark's furry back, she felt the final touches of the dragon's assault slipping away. "Get us to the IG," the sergeant ordered, just as Mark began to pick up speed. "We're not losing her, Sarge!" Mickey's voice sounded gargled, like a radio signal that couldn't hone in. Anna felt time start to skip as she moved in and out of consciousness. She heard the bear huffing as they raced through the snow. Then the sudden warmth of the inside of the great machine as she was carried to what looked like the medical station. Before long, she felt an air system being placed over her mouth as her head pounded and her heart struggled to keep up. Suddenly, the world went black. She knew she was alone, and the dragon knew it too. He would be back, and this time he'd be out for blood. Well, more than usual. Chapter 16. Still alive. Milo's head ached as his vision began to clear. Looking up, he saw the broken wall of the Library of Congress scattered around his body. Waiting for his eyes to adjust, he staggered to his feet as bits and pieces of what had happened returned. Feeling his head, he nearly screamed in terror as he felt something on his shoulder. Grabbing it with his claws and tearing it away, relief washed over his body as he saw the soggy book in his claws. Leaning against the wall, he rubbed his head as pain fell over his body like a sharp blanket. "Mr. President," Milo called weakly. No one seemed to be around. Had they really just left him here? Holding the side of his head, Milo remembered someone finding them. The face of a troll started to fill his mind, and it wasn't James. Milo gritted his teeth and snarled as the name of his assaulter found its way to his lips, a name he knew all too well. Gyllenhaal. "Who's there?" a new voice called, making Milo roll behind some rubble. Tucking his tail between his legs, he struggled to catch his breath as he listened to someone cautiously walking past. Sniffing the air, he was surprised to catch a whiff of a very scared female. "Whoever's there, I've got a gun." She definitely did not have a gun. Even so, Milo cautiously looked out from his hiding place as he heard the girl nearly trip over something. There she was, a human female in clothes that looked familiar. Her hair appeared dark and a little too glossy, as if she'd been using too much product. Nonetheless, it held a nice shade of shiny black. "Seriously, I will end you if you don't come out," the young woman hissed, holding her fists up and turning around rapidly. Maybe she knows the others? Milo thought as he carefully got out of his hiding spot. Walking up behind the young woman, he heard her start to sniff the air suspiciously. Standing behind her, he waited as she slowly turned around and made eye contact with him. "Hello, miss. You wouldn't happen to know a Mace or Charlie or James, would you?" Milo asked, scratching behind his right ear. The young woman screamed like she was being murdered. "Who are you?" The shrill sound made Milo hold his ears against the top of his head as he watched the poor girl try and run away. Instead, she tripped and fell onto her hands and knees. Watching her try to crawl away, Milo let go of his head and slowly followed after her. "No, no, no! Get away from me!" Milo watched the terrified girl look back before widening her eyes. Poor thing, he thought as he watched her give up trying to run. She shivered against the stone floor, her black hair, now a horrid mess, sprawled out into the nearby puddle like a stream of shiny darkness. She couldn't have been any older than Mace and Charlie, and she certainly smelled the same as them. The question was, how did she get here? "Miss, I promise," Milo said, his head aching as she started to scream again. "Miss, please stop." "Don't eat me!" the girl cried, holding the sides of her head. "Don't eat me, please! Don't eat me! Don't eat me, please! Just don't eat me! Don't eat me, please!" "Miss!" Milo shouted, snarling as he grabbed her hands. "I'm not going to eat you." The girl shut up pretty quickly after that. Her eyes strained as they raced across Milo's frame. Ignoring her, Milo felt his right eye start to close as something dripped down the side of his head. Letting the girl go, he felt himself start to crumple as the girl said something. The sound of her voice felt distant as the room started to spin, bringing him to the ground. Everything felt wrong. Something was broken or in the middle of breaking. His body seemed to be dying and struggling to stay alive at the same time, almost as though the afterlife didn't want him. It should have healed it by now. His old body would have fully patched itself together long before he'd regained consciousness. Then again, he'd been under the dragon's direct power before, too. Eventually, the world stopped trying to make him throw up, and he felt his head beginning to clear. The sounds of water dripping lowered to a normal volume, and everything lost the scent of burnt toast. Looking at his claws, he wondered if he was going to have to be more careful now that he couldn't bulldoze his way through peril. Maybe all that stealth Vars had made them practice would finally come in handy. Poor, poor Milo, alone, lost, and unable to truly die. Milo's throat clenched up as the voice taunted him. Looking around a black void, he saw no one but his own reflection in the dark pool he stood on. Laughter echoed all around him, a horrid mixture of both his brothers' voices. Don't forget us, Milo. Don't forget your place in all this. Milo struggled to speak into the void around him. My place? The Master, the voice called, vibrating off the world around them. He made us, paired us into something new. No, that's not. Milo shook his head, the memory of the judge he'd slain filling his vision. Don't lie to yourself anymore, Milo. You kill. You hunt. You. The voice stopped as something found its way into Milo's claw. Struggling to look down, he felt his blood run cold as he saw the knife back in his grasp. The blade looked freshly sharpened, ready to spill blood. You get the job done. Gasping, Milo leaned up and found himself face to face with the scared girl from before. Their eyes met, and the girl screamed and jumped back. As she did, where he was and what had happened all came flooding back. Mr. President! Milo yelled, leaping to his feet and looking around frantically for the way forward. Hey, careful with that, the girl cried, ducking out of the way as Milo realized what he was swinging around carelessly. My sincerest apologies, he muttered, tossing the knife aside and trying to focus on the girl. I hit my head. The girl slowly nodded, giving him a look as though he'd grown his other two heads back. You were bleeding pretty bad. Feeling the top of his head, Milo felt a thick piece of clothing wrapped tightly around it. Reaching up and removing it, he breathed a sigh of relief as no blood stained his claws. Combing his fur back, he focused on the girl. Thank you, Milo said, watching her carefully take back her jacket. Sure thing, she said, her fear present throughout the air around her. Now that he could see her up close, she looked about as human as any he'd ever seen. He wondered what her story was. A shame there wasn't more time to hear it. Without waiting for another word, Milo got to his feet and leaned against the wall. Strangely, the girl didn't recoil this time. You should be careful, she said, the ends of her hair dripping with water. Looking at the girl, the once three-headed fox rubbed his eyes before facing her direction. I'm so sorry, miss, but I need to go. Oh, okay, the girl said, looking around suspiciously. Weird place for a haunted house, though. That's all this is, right? Nice costume, by the way. I won't get in trouble for touching you, right? Not paying her much attention, Milo began sniffing the air. He could still pick up Mace and Charlie's scents, and that led to a nearby hallway. Leaning against the wall, he made his way after his companions as the lights in the tunnel remained lit. Surprisingly, the girl wasn't far behind him. Can you tell me the way out? I need to get back and wait for my boyfriend and his roommates to get home. Ignoring her, Milo walked further down the hallway. The farther they went, the more the smell of wet stones filled his nostrils. There had to be some kind of underground waterfall or something nearby. Sir, please, I need your help, the girl said, tapping Milo's shoulder. Stopping suddenly, the fox mutant turned and let his gaze rest on the college girl's face. For some reason, she suddenly appeared less talkative. Young lady, please stop following me. I have an urgent mission to get back to, he said, letting his teeth show. The girl hesitated. I just want to know the crack. A loud sound made the girl scream. Without wasting a second, Milo leapt over and secured the girl in one arm before sliding against the wall. Just as he did so, He heard the sound of stone crumbling as new smells started to fill the air. Keeping a paw over the girl's mouth, he waited and listened as the unmistakable sound of hoofs walking in a puddle reached them. What was that? No idea. Keep an eye out. Anything moves that isn't supposed to, send word to Major Gyllenhaal. One of the mutants said, sounding more hoarse than human. The sound of their hooves clomping across the broken stone floor brought Milo back to the first battle of DC, when he'd helped lead thousands of mutants on the US Capitol. Horse mutants were some of the more popular variants, and their ability to speed ahead of most advanced groups had been vital. You smell that? One mutant asked, starting to walk over to where Milo and the girl were hiding from view. What? The stagnant water? Yeah, who doesn't? No, the first voice said, walking closer to the wall they hid behind. There's something else. Smells human. As the mutants drew near, Milo let go of the girl's mouth and held a claw over his snout. The girl seemed to understand and looked around before grabbing a stone and holding it at the ready. It surprised him how ready she was to fight. Either way, feeling the sheath on his belt, Milo rolled his eyes as he felt the dagger there and pulled it out as the enemies drew near. The hoofprints drew closer. The mutant's hot breath puffed around the side of the wall as Milo readied his blade. He waited, watching as the end of one of the horse mutant's noses started to come into view. Just a second longer, and it'd be the perfect... Screaming like a maniac, the girl launched forward and brought the rock down on the horse creature's head. A terrible crunch came as the girl stumbled back, shaking terribly from adrenaline as the other mutants began to cry out. Not wasting any more time, Milo reached out and grabbed the horse by the jaw. Pulling it back behind the wall took almost all of his strength, but he managed to drag the creature right into his kill zone. Stabbing it under the shoulder, he used its body as a shield as the other mutants opened fire. Magic bullets and blasts from their weapons skimmed the stone bricks of the walls as brightly colored trails hit the horse mutant's body. The bullets thumped against their makeshift cover as Milo heard the girl start to scream again. "Stay low!" he shouted, leaping into action. The mutants' faces all lit up in surprise as Milo jumped out from behind the cover. Growling through the strain on his legs, he zipped right up to them, stabbing his way through necks and into main arteries until the 5 mutant squad had been quickly dealt with. Cleaning off the knife, Milo went back around the wall, expecting to see the girl injured in some way. "What kind of haunted house is this?" she yelled, jumping out and waving her arms around as though she'd caught fire. "You guys get 5 stars. No, I'm going to start a whole ScoopTube channel just so I can shout you guys out." Milo sheathed his blade as the girl noticed a pool of blood around her feet. All the color seemed to drain from her face as she slowly looked up at him. "This is all fake, right?" the girl asked weakly. Flexing his claws, Milo gave the girl a look of pity as she sat nearby. Her head rested against her knees as she sat curled up against a tomb nearby, not moving as the sound of water dripping filled the space around them. Checking some of the weapons, he saw how little ammo was left and decided it was better to travel light than with a bulky rifle. Sliding his knife back into its sheath, he rubbed his paws together and started to walk off. He couldn't bring her with him. Finding Mr. James was the top priority, and if she was willing to strike first like that, then so long as she stayed put, she should be all right. Right now, all that mattered was finding the others. "Hey, where are you going?" the girl asked, looking up. Sighing, Milo decided the truth would have to do. "I'm going to rescue the president from one of my old bosses. Stay put." Surprisingly, the girl didn't have anything to say. Reaching an arch in the doorway, Milo took a look back to see if the girl was trying to follow after him. Remarkably, she had stayed where she was, looking terrified and confused at the same time. Struggling to raise her hands, she seemed to wobble as she shook her head. "No, okay, you have to tell me what your name is," the girl said. Rubbing his eyes, Milo groaned again and walked over to her. "My name is Milo. We're even. Now please stay put." Holding out a hand, the girl smiled and shook her hair out of her eyes. "I'm Lilith. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Despite the urgency of the mission, Milo was surprised by the gesture. What was it with people from other worlds and shaking hands over everything? It had to be some sort of strange tradition. "Miss Lilith." Just Lilith is fine. Very well. Just Lilith. Again, I request that you stay put for your own safety. Stay put? Where? Here? Heck no. I'm going with you, Lilith said, running over and picking up another broken rock. I don't know where we are, but if we come across any more of those monsters, we're going to need to watch each other's backs. For a moment, Milo seriously considered knocking the girl out and going on his way. It wouldn't take much force, just a little bump on the back of the head, and she'd topple right over. Yes, brother, leave her behind already. Milo stopped. Of course the voices were laughing at him. Saving someone, then leaving them to die, that was just the sort of thing Gillian and Vars would do. It was exactly the kind of thing they had done, all while goading him to give in and join them. Taking a deep breath, Milo looked back around to the girl. Keep your voice down. There's more nearby. A spark filled the corner of Lilith's eye. Eagerly jogging after him, the two pushed further into the deep maze, neither one realizing the horrible danger waiting for them nearby. Chapter 17. With No Way Out. James could hardly believe what he was doing. Carefully putting one foot in front of the other, he followed his captors up another small hill of rock as small droplets of water sprayed mist into the air above them. The stench of soggy fur and wet weapons filled his nostrils as they walked, making him want to double over and gag. Some of the mutants took notice of his discomfort, pushing him forward with the sides of their guns as Gyllenhaal took a breath of fresh air. "Do you smell it, lads?" he asked, looking around his mob of mutants. "It smells like freedom!" Laughter erupted from the monsters around them as the giant ravine filled James's vision. Mist continued spraying up over the edge of this underground Mount Rushmore. As James dared look over the side of the giant stone face, he felt his breath get caught in his throat. Mrs. Pierce's hair blew in front of his eyes as he saw how far down the drop was. As always, a little thought entered his mind as he stared down into the abyss below. Don't jump. A firm claw suddenly grabbed his shoulder, pulling him into a very awkward side hug. Being here just makes me want to... Before Gyllenhaal could finish, his yellow dragon-like head began to melt into the form of a human. I just want to do my part. Trying not to think about how trolls gained the forms of other beings, James quickly slid out of the monster's grasp. Aw, what's the matter? Gyllenhaal asked in the man's voice. Aren't you a patriot? Who ever heard of a president who didn't love his nation? You better let us go, Mace shouted nearby, his arms pinned behind his back by a monkey mutant with one eye too many. With little effort, it picked the poor college boy up and began walking to the edge. Whoa! Not what I meant! Not what I meant! Mace screamed as the roar of the nearby waterfalls filled everyone's ears. Leave him alone! Charlie shouted, trying desperately to escape his own captor. Before he could kick his way out, a cat mutant with a flat face seized him. Grabbing his shoulders, it shook its head as Mace was dangled helplessly close to certain death. All right, everyone, settle down now, Gyllenhaal said, morphing back into his snazzy black suit and scaly yellow skin. Let's keep him for now. We might need a spare body or two. The monkey mutant slowly pulled Mace back, the college boy's face pale as he struggled to catch his breath. As he did, the monkey laughed and put its handgun to the side of his head. It made James furious. It felt just like the invasion of DC all over again, and how prideful the trolls had been as poor Maurice burned. You're all gonna lose, Gyllenhaal, James tried to say, watching as the monkey mutant holding Mace began to shake him. You might as well just give up now before our reinforcements get here. Thankfully, this drew everyone's attention. What? Gyllenhaal asked, waving the monkey back. From who? You don't even have a military anymore. What? Mace yelled as he was set down. That actually happened? How do you get rid of the American military? Same way we always do things, Gyllenhaal said, smiling and shrugging. Talk to the right leaders, eat the right people, and no one bats an eye. He paused, walking around James creepily and running his claws through Mrs. Pierce's hair. Wasn't the easiest thing I've had a hand in. Again, James got out of Gyllenhaal's grasp. If you think the American people are going to let you get away with it all, Before he could blink, James felt one of Gyllenhaal's fingers over his lips. Buddy, pal, little one, we are the American people, the troll said, pointing at the monkey holding Mace tightly. You! Introduce yourself to the president. All three of the mutants' eyes came to rest on James's face. They all looked like large brown marbles, all spinning in different directions in the creature's head. Edwards, sir, the monkey mutant squeaked. And Edwards, Gyllenhaal said, putting his claws behind his back and walking calmly in front of him like a proud teacher. How did you get to where you are today? Summarize while we walk, man. Come on. With that, the posse began forcing everyone to walk further across the top of George Washington's head as the sound of crashing water pounded in James's ears. I wished to see again, Edward said, his long tail smacking Mace on the side of the head. The master granted my wish. And did you always look like this? Gyllenhaal asked, nodding at Edward's mutant monkey body. No. I was human once, same as everyone here. I'll be one again after I've served my time, the monkey said proudly, like it was some great honor, looking like an amateur film student's movie monster. And how about you, soldier? Gyllenhaal said, pointing at a panda mutant standing nearby. Who were you before you became what you are now? Felicia, sir. I was a barista, the panda said, its extra teeth that protruded out of its bottom jaw shining in the light around them. I wanted to live forever, and the master gave that to me. What did it cost you? Gyllenhaal asked plainly. Few drops of blood and a little chanting, the panda mutant said. Same as everyone. And there you have it. And you there, what? Well, you get the idea, the troll mocked, nudging James with his elbow. You see, the American people are actually pretty okay with everything. And can you blame them? Your co-workers, Gyllenhaal said, waving his hand through the air like he was conducting an orchestra, weren't exactly doing a great job. Besides, who wouldn't want anything they could think of granted instantly? But you're all monsters, Mace yelled angrily, struggling under the monkey's grip. You're literally man-eating monsters! How can any of this be worth it? Oh, come now, Mason. No need to be insensitive, Gyllenhaal said, jogging up to the head of the group before turning around and walking backwards. We prefer the term magically indebted. Perfectly normal. Everyone knows at least one. Oh, would you look at that? A large stone circle on top of George Washington's head came into view. Cursive writing had been cut deep into the rock around it, making it look like an ancient portal pressed into the gray stone. As everyone got closer to it, James could feel his skin starting to tingle. Unfortunately, Gyllenhaal saw it too. Well, I think we're in the right spot, the troll said, prancing over to the center of the circle and greedily looking over the carved words. As he did, James dared look at where they stood. There was no way they were getting out of this one. The mutants had them surrounded. Not to mention, they were all holding some pretty big guns. Worse still, some of the mutants had wings, which meant running away wasn't a great option either. Even if he switched forms and took everyone over the side, there was no guarantee he'd be able to help the others survive the fall. And then there was Gyllenhaal himself. James had no idea how many forms the black-suited wearing troll had. Any confrontation with him could turn out like the worst boss battle ever. Not even his troll flames, as James had started to call them, would make much of a dent in their foe's body, as trolls seemed fireproof. They were stuck, at least until something crazy happened. Get him over here, Gyllenhaal yelled, pointing right at James. Mutants grabbed his shoulders, dragging him across the rocks to the center of the circle. The troll was waiting for him, smiling brightly and showing off his rows of sharp teeth. His eyes seemed to pulse with power, making James wonder if he could see something right now that no one else could. Now, if I read the master's instructions correctly, having you here should, Gyllenhaal said, just as the ground disappeared beneath them. Ah! James screamed in Mrs. Pierce's voice, falling straight down into the darkness below. The sound of the water crashing over the side of the cliff filled his ears as he spun through the air, the black pit swallowing them whole. Gotcha! Gyllenhaal screamed, seizing James around the waist. Long claws wrapped neatly around his body as he heard the flap of bat-like wings. Daring to look up, James gasped as he saw a terrifying gargoyle with Gyllenhaal's head smiling down at him. "Don't let go, Madam President," the troll laughed, flying down into the void. As the air blew his hair back, James squinted into the torrent of black nothingness around them. Struggling to keep his eyes open against the rushing wind, he managed to catch a glimpse of what looked to be a red, white, and blue screen racing through his line of sight. That felt a little too familiar. Before he could focus on it for too long, the rushing wind stopped, and the ground came up to greet them. Falling a couple of feet from the troll's grasp, James met the ground suddenly as his captor swiftly returned to his normal form. "Well, that was exciting!" James could feel his eyes naturally adjusting to the dark, revealing where Gyllenhaal stood. The edge of his body looked super creepy as he looked around, pretending as if James wasn't even there. "Was that a trap?" James asked, groaning as he got to his feet. "I guess stairs weren't in the budget," Gyllenhaal joked, smacking James back before looking around. "Well, lucky nobody else came with us." "Arr!" Crunch. A sickening sound came as one of the mutants hit the ground right in front of Gyllenhaal. Looking away, James felt his stomach churn as the monster's gun hit the ground nearby. Gyllenhaal cleared his throat. "That looks promising," he said, stepping over the mess before him and heading for a doorway carved into the stone. As he did, James saw another patriotic image flash through the air above his head. All the while, Anna Sophia's words lingered in the back of his mind. "Find the mountain," she'd told him, refusing to elaborate. This had to be what she meant. Soon, they would find the dragon's blood, and they could focus on getting back to the surface. Silently pleading with himself not to throw up, James stood up and walked around the mess that had once been the mutant, reluctantly following Gyllenhaal further into the darkness. It didn't take them long to find an open doorway as the darkness stretched on before them. "I smell something," Gyllenhaal said, folding his arms and tapping his claws in a familiar rhythm against his coat sleeves. "Old bodies. Must be another set of catacombs. How about you go first?" Giving Gyllenhaal the dirtiest look he could, James walked right through the open space into a large area. The troll followed close behind, holding up a hand as blue light suddenly started to come out of it. Holding up his own hand, James focused as best he could and waited as small flames began to dance around inside his palm. Weird. That felt easier to do than last time. "Well, now that is patriotic," Gyllenhaal said, walking up and pointing at what stood before them. As he did, nearby torches along the walls ignited and filled the room with light. All around them stood murals of presidents past and what James guessed were their crowning achievements, each displayed above a modest tomb, written in a similar cursive to what was on the Declaration of Independence. Occasionally, the murals above each grave softly changed to a different moment from each president's life, almost like a slideshow at a funeral. It all looked more like a museum display than a tomb. At the center of the room was another circle, although it was much smaller than the last one. Its edges curved into stone wreaths that were covered in stars, just like the ones on the American flag. Red and white stripes covered the circle itself, bleeding over the edges as though they were liquid. In the middle of the circle was a small golden plaque that seemed to be glowing faintly. "Yeesh, is that Teddy Roosevelt?" Gyllenhaal asked loudly, pointing at a mural depicting the large and smiling president standing atop a downed feral IG. Wonder if he took it down himself. Shaking his head at the troll, James noticed someone at the back of the tombs. A woman, holding one of her arms and glowing with blue light before the tomb of a president James instantly recognized. Looking back at Gyllenhaal, the troll seemed too preoccupied to have noticed her. Seizing the opportunity, James began to walk over, letting the flames in his hand die away as he stood behind her. The image of a scale seemed to be printed on the back of her clothes as an invisible breeze rippled across the ghostly personage. Reaching over, he tapped her shoulder. She didn't acknowledge him. Instead, she kept her head down before the mural and tomb. Looking up, James kinda understood where her reverence was coming from. Within the large mural was the iconic image of Abraham Lincoln giving a speech at what looked like this world's version of Gettysburg. Behind him, James could see soldiers still digging graves as cannons were being rolled off the field. Sadness filled James's heart as he thought about how terrible the battle must have been in this world. He couldn't imagine what it had been like with magic and monsters on top of musket balls and bayonets. Looking at the Blue Lady, James saw her take a moment to breathe. Tears seemed to be running down her face as the mural shifted, revealing a newspaper headline announcing the president's assassination. Looking down, James didn't stop himself from opening his mouth. "Did you know him?" he asked, not expecting an answer. The Blue Lady nodded, letting go of her arm and looking up. James followed her gaze, watching the image change again. This time, it showed the president standing before a single tomb bearing the words, "Unknown Soldier." "We had him back in my world," James said, watching the woman look him in the eye with shock. "Not recently. It was a long time ago. People really liked him, I think," James said, shrugging. The Blue Lady remained silent, reaching over and patting his shoulder. Looking back at her, he saw her smiling respectfully. Her face and eyes all wore different shades of blue, though at times James swore he could see right through her. He wasn't sure why, but something about her filled him with confidence. A confidence that was immediately shattered as Gyllenhaal walked between them. "Oh yeah, that guy," he said rudely, looking at the tomb before looking down on James. "Well, you ready or what?" James raised a waxed eyebrow. "For what?" The troll looked blankly back at him before looking at the Blue Lady. "Does he not? He's serious?" he asked, without waiting for an answer. "Ready for what?" James asked, fear creeping into his mind. Gyllenhaal rubbed the back of his head for a moment before clearing his throat. "Well, this is awkward," he admitted. Without warning, James felt claws stab deep into his shoulder. Slowly looking down, he saw Gyllenhaal's fingers buried into his flesh, blood trickling down his shirt as he heard the troll snicker. "You want blood, you gotta give blood," the troll sneered, lifting James off the ground before throwing him through the air with ease. Thud. James skidded across the ground, his shoulder screaming in pain as he felt his vision getting blurry. Holding his wound, he watched as the troll flicked his blood off his claws before looking at the Blue Lady. "You don't mind if I wreck Franklin Pierce's tomb, do you?" Blue light filled the cavern as the Blue Lady punched the troll back, sending him spiraling into one of the murals as a sword appeared on her waist. Ripping her blade free, she leapt into the air as Gyllenhaal shook his head, opening his eyes just in time to watch her blade pierce his chest. Rather than dying, Gyllenhaal roared, quickly repairing the damage done and transforming his arms into spinning blades. The two beings clashed, jumping out of the wall and onto the ground below as their weapons sent sparks flying in every direction with each hit. As they battled, James tried and failed to get up as the Blue Lady never relented against the unstoppable beast, fighting off every new terrifying form Gyllenhaal took as he tried in vain to overpower her. James rolled onto his back with a sharp groan. The pain in his shoulder wouldn't go away, every breath stinging his wounds as he begged his body to repair itself. Thankfully, he felt the holes in his shoulders start to shrink as he heard Gyllenhaal roar again, sending dust from the ceiling above showering down on him. The fighting seemed to grow distant as he felt his eyes start to close, the pain in his body rippling down to his toes, just as flashes of darkness overtook him. "This sucks," James muttered, feeling his body losing consciousness once more.
Chapter 18. Founding Fathers. "Could have been much worse, my boy." James opened his eyes, sitting upright as though he'd just had a terrible nightmare. The man standing over him stared him down. "Stand up already," the man said, though he didn't come off as mean. If anything, it felt encouraging, as if he knew he could stand. Regaining his senses, James shook his head and looked down. What he saw made him smile. I'm back," he muttered, getting to his human feet. Looking at his old clothes and feeling his cheeks, James smiled as he felt his old body back under his control again. "Of course you're back," another man called, waving at them as he stood nearby. "No one here wants to see that nasty troll form of yours." "Oh, pipe down, Millard," the man next to James said, drying off his brow with a rag. "Are the others ready?" The man named Millard nodded, and with that, the first man offered James the way forward. "This way, Mr. President."
Suddenly, James recognized him. Before he could gasp, scream, or something in between, the man smiled and shook his head. "Now's not the time for pleasantries, son. You've got a war to win," Abraham Lincoln said, showing him the way forward. "Agreed. The others are getting anxious," Millard Fillmore said, joining them and giving James the tiniest of nods. Nodding back, James felt extremely underdressed as he pulled the end of his anime t-shirt down over his belt. Thank heavens Mom wasn't here to see this, James thought. After a moment, Millard Fillmore led the way over a small hill. White flowers covered it and quickly bent out of the way of every step they took. Before James could ask if anyone else had noticed, they came upon a large clearing where a group of men all gathered around, talking. Instantly, James knew what this was. If the two former presidents beside him weren't obvious enough, everyone else made it even more obvious. The presidents of these United States, all gathered around the largest American flag James had ever seen, nodded and spoke as though this were some grand conference. As he, Fillmore, and Lincoln approached, they all turned their attention to him. "By George, he's too young," one of them muttered, rubbing the sides of his mutton chops as they approached. The man to his left patted his shoulder and shook his head. "Unique circumstances, I heard," his companion said. "Gentlemen," Mr. Lincoln started, gathering everyone's attention, "President Rita is here to plead his case for the dragon's blood. Let us all pray he makes it quickly." Plead? They wanted him to beg? James wasn't sure he knew how at this point. "Now, just a moment, Abe," one of the presidents said, stepping forward. His black and red clothes made him look more like a vampire than a president of the United States. "Are we sure he has any right to it? I'm not sure if he's even been sworn into office yet." "Hear, hear," a bald man who was barely taller than James cheered, tapping his pipe out on his sleeve. "It should be a vote, just as it's always been." "A vote is fair and an American choice," another man said, brushing off his tie before tucking it back into his suit. "But America herself is almost dead. President Rita here is already the leader of our free nation. The decision," the man paused, looking at James directly, his eyes full of wisdom and sharper than a razor's edge, "has already been made." Some of the men nodded while others shook their heads. James could tell they weren't all of the same mind, but individuals, all full of their own thoughts, wants, advice, and wisdom. He didn't feel prepared enough to be anywhere near a single one of them. "Even with the creature's blood, it will not be enough to take down the dragon," a man who resembled John F. Kennedy said. "You, Mr. James, will need help slaying such a beast." "He's got help, John," Franklin D. Roosevelt mentioned, tapping his cane on the ground. "Question is, should we give away our last insurance against the dragon's rage?" "He should choose according to what seems right for America," Jimmy Carter said, "even if we don't agree with his decision." The pressure was beginning to mount on James's shoulders. He could feel his heart starting to pound in his chest, the discussion feeling heavier than any weight he'd had to carry so far. Thinking about it, James couldn't help but remember what Milo had said. Blood magic was a terrible thing, and all the mutants they'd seen were evidence enough of that. Maybe Anna Sophia wanted to use it against the dragon? If that were the case, maybe taking it wasn't the right course of action. No. Using blood magic, that didn't sound like Anna Sophia. More likely than not, she'd had a similar idea to Milo. That being that he should consume the blood and take the dragon's form using his troll abilities. If that were true, could James really use such a form to take down the very creature he'd be impersonating? Maybe it would be better to just leave the blood where it was, so that way Gyllenhaal and the mutants couldn't get a hold of it. Doubt began clouding James's mind. He didn't know what to do or even why he should do it. He'd never taken anything like a dragon's form before. Heck, he'd barely been able to get used to transforming back into his regular troll form, not to mention that sea snake. Wouldn't it make more sense just to take the easy way out and leave things as they were? If Gyllenhaal could be stopped, what would they have to worry about? Besides a giant dragon that was still in control of everything. Groaning, James scratched the sides of his head as he heard some of the presidents start to talk to one another again. In a matter of seconds, it was as if he wasn't even there. This was exactly like college. Things seemed far more complicated than they needed to be, and no one bothered paying him any mind unless they needed him. Why couldn't the universe just be easy for once? A hand patted his shoulder. Looking up, James was surprised to see Teddy Roosevelt smiling down on him. "I think the president misunderstands his purpose," he said, nodding at Mr. Lincoln. "He deserves some context before he makes his decision." James felt his heart skip a beat. "Context?" he asked. "You mean answers? To questions? That I have?" "Answers indeed," John Adams said, walking up and clasping his hand on James's other shoulder. "As a wise man once said, the truth will set you free." As he finished talking, James saw a red, white, and blue image float into view. Resting in the air above them, it started to grow and grow until the people in said image were as big as he was. Within it, James recognized a lady standing at the back of a room as men in Revolutionary War era clothing argued nearby. Squinting, he saw a shadow cross over the woman's face. Her thoughts were spoken clearly, as if they'd been recorded on a microphone. As her voice filled the area, James recognized who this woman was, though she looked much younger. "I was there," Miss Houston said, turning her head and revealing her face, "at the beginning of all this." Chapter 19. The Answers. The field of white flowers seemed to reach the deepest area of James's heart. Suddenly, things made a whole lot more sense. "You understand now, son," Mr. Lincoln said as he put his arms behind his back. "The one you call Miss Houston, bless her heart, never got around to telling you herself, but your presidency exists to save this nation and all her people in this great time of need." "America is no stranger to war," John Adams said, pointing at James's chest. "And only you, among thousands of other candidates from 100 other worlds, only you were exactly what we needed to win this latest one. A war that lies in the heart of the nation's capital itself." "No matter how hard that lizard tries," Teddy Roosevelt admitted, removing his hat respectfully, "he can't get to you. Not only are you not from this place, but you've got potential none of the others did. The potential to do what we couldn't." "How the heck am I supposed to slay a dragon that not even you guys could?" James asked, looking around. "I'm not even a straight-A student." "None of us ever held the dragon's power like you do," scoffed a man nearby. James recognized him as Zachary Taylor. "I see why she picked him now. America loves an underdog, and you've got to be the most under of all dogs anyone has ever seen." "The other candidates all had the makings of great leaders," Mr. Lincoln admitted, rubbing his chin. "But you, Mr. James, had something others seriously lacked. A fire that burned brightly within your frame. A willingness to act, even when surrounded by darkness," someone else said. Memories of sitting alone in the closet floated through James's mind. He recalled the many times he'd faced frustration, disappointment, and even heartache. He remembered imagining himself in some other world and how ready he'd be to face any challenge that came his way. Looking among all the men around him, he wondered if that was what they meant. "These United States and her people need someone daring," Ronald Reagan said, stepping forward. "Someone willing to face the dragon and its forces head-on and win." "Most people would take the dragon's blood with the intent to control the enemy," Dwight D. Eisenhower mentioned. "To wield something that can grant any wish? Why, it'd grant anyone ultimate power. But that's not what you're after, is it?" James thought about it. Being able to have whatever he wanted without any repercussions? To anyone else, it would have been an opportunity too good to pass up, but not for James. The more he thought about it, about having all the power he could ever want and being able to go wherever he wanted, the more it didn't feel right. No, thought James. He'd seen so much since coming to this other world. He'd watched people he cared about die protecting him, and he'd seen the despair in those who could use magic and drive giant robots. Looking at his human hands, he thought about the moment he'd realized that he and the troll had switched bodies. He didn't feel like the same person he'd been then. In the closet, all James had wanted was to go somewhere else and experience something new. Now? All James wanted to do was what was right. And what was right was slaying that dragon and saving America. "Gentlemen, I hate to cut in," Ulysses S. Grant said, looking across the field. But young Mr. James needs to choose. Choose? James asked, looking around. Choose what? As the keeper of America's last hope, that being the dragon's blood itself, Mr. Lincoln said, we ask you, James Rita, what direction will you take, son? I'm sorry, I still don't follow. You're going to rule the world or give America its freedom back? Truman asked loudly. The question hung over their heads like a mountain waiting to fall on them. James felt his legs start to shake as the pressure mounted. The air around him seemed to grow brighter as the air and flowers all began to glow, seemingly leaning in anticipation of his decision. As he pondered what to say, James remembered something his mom had brought up time and time again back home. Looking up, he cleared his throat before shrugging. It's a free country, and I'm going to keep it that way, he said, hoping it didn't sound as cringe as he thought it did. Well said, Mr. President, a new voice said, drawing everyone's attention. A lone figure walked right up to where James stood, his hat removed and his uniform torn and ragged, a stark contrast to the men around him. I dare say I speak for us all when I tell you, do just that, and slay that dragon. As the air around them grew brighter and everything faded from view, James felt his voice fail him. Without much else to say, he nodded. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Blades clanged together as the world came into focus. Grabbing the side of his head, James realized he was back in his troll form. Aw, man, James said, his deep voice swallowed up in the clash happening across the crypt. Leaning up, he heard the Blue Warrior rake her blade through the air with precision as stars seemed to shimmer through the sky above her head. Gyllenhaal laughed like a maniac, transforming both of his arms into grotesque, jagged swords while engaging her. Each step he took seemed to make the ground crack beneath him, his arms spinning so rapidly that James almost couldn't see them. You're holding back! Gyllenhaal screamed gleefully, swiping furiously through the air. In response, the Blue Warrior smiled back and stabbed at Gyllenhaal's chest. This time the monster ducked, grabbing her blade in his dragon-like jaws. Grr! Gyllenhaal mumbled. The Blue Warrior pulled her blade back, slicing through his teeth and making Gyllenhaal hiss in pain before the two engaged one another again. As they did, James looked around at the different tombs. Were they still watching him? Even now? Oh, you're awake, Mr. President? Gyllenhaal yelled, tearing away from the Blue Warrior and leaping into the air, both blade limbs aimed at James's head. I always wanted to give Syrian a piece of my... Reaching out with one claw, James caught Gyllenhaal midair by the neck. The thinner troll stopped moving as his left eye twitched. Can we talk this out? Gyllenhaal asked. Nope, James growled, reaching back and throwing the monster with all of his strength straight into the tomb of Calvin Coolidge. Dust and rock exploded out of the new hole. As the dust settled, James resecured the buttons of his sleeves before straightening his large yellow tie. He didn't exactly know why, but something within his troll body felt deep satisfaction in putting Gyllenhaal through solid stone. Quickly turning his attention back to the center of the room, James noticed something in the middle of the room. As he did, the Blue Warrior joined him and sheathed her sword before grabbing one of his large claws. Guiding his hand down, together they grabbed onto something invisible that came into view as his giant fingers wrapped around it. Without thinking, James started to pull it up. Ugh, I'm not done yet, Gyllenhaal yelled, starting to get up. As rocks crumbled around him, James grabbed the object with both hands and struggled to pull it up. Hee hee, I'm coming for you, Mr. President, Gyllenhaal cackled, pulling himself together and transforming his arms into long swords with hooked ends. Lurching forward, the monster aimed straight for the back of James's head. With precision, the Blue Warrior pulled her own blade back out and swiped both of Gyllenhaal's attacks away. Leaping into the air, she aimed for the troll's gut with the tip of her weapon. Seeing this, Gyllenhaal laughed and opened a hole in his body, which the Blue Warrior's blade went right into. Mine! Gyllenhaal cried, reforming himself around the warrior's blade and twisting his body away, pulling her sword right out of her hands. The two combatants landed nearby, Gyllenhaal greedily reaching down and pulling the sword out of his body before looking over its edge. Very nice, he admitted before pointing it at the blue warrior's head. Seeing this, James quickly reached over and smacked the blade away before turning back to the invisible lever. Grabbing it with both claws, he pulled it with all his might. As he did, scenes from American history began to float around them all, while something large hissed and groaned beneath their feet as the ground slowly opened. A pillar with a display case rose from the hole, the magic glass catching the light of the room as its contents sparkled like liquid rubies. The dragon's blood. It looked exactly the same way it had during the memory he'd seen of Miss Houston. On guard, Gyllenhaal said, rushing at the blue warrior. The edges of her dress flapped through the air as she easily dodged the troll's attacks. Moving her head aside, the blade sliced through the ends of her hair as Gyllenhaal snapped his jaws at her arm. Her eyes glowed as the cut strands of her hair shimmered. As Gyllenhaal ripped her sword through the air at her neck, the loose strands transformed into a pair of new blades, which slid into her palms. Catching her own blade just before the edge could slice her neck, the blue warrior eyed the troll angrily as he laughed in her face. What a bizarre security system. James could hear that voice in the back of his head again. Clenching his teeth, he tried to force it out. Well, she'll be dealt with soon. Anyway, are you taking it or not? James muttered, looking at the display case in front of his face. His mind raced, trying to figure out if he was being tricked or not. The vial was right there. All he had to do was reach out and take it, right? Is that what I think it is? Gyllenhaal yelled, shoving past the blue lady and looking right at the vial of blood. I'll take it! James yelled, reaching out for it as Gyllenhaal leapt at him. Not if I! The troll screamed, aiming the blue warrior's weapon right for his head. As he moved to deliver the killing blow, James tore away the display case and felt his claws wrap around the glass vial. What? Gyllenhaal asked. Red light filled the hall, forcing James to cover his eyes as the vial suddenly loosened. With a great heave, James pulled it free. Falling backwards with a thud, he felt the ground against his shoulders as Gyllenhaal roared in confusion. Looking at the object in his claws, James felt an overwhelming darkness wrap itself around his mind. Give it back. Flash. James covered his eyes as the red light flashed white. Tightening his grip on the vial, he pushed it into his chest and curled around it, the dark presence trying one last time to tear his prize from his grasp. As it did, he heard Gyllenhaal start to step back. Master? The troll asked, as the bright light finally began to die. Through the light, James saw a familiar pair of red claws hang down over Gyllenhaal's aura. The confused troll looked up just as the long black claws flexed around him like a sharp cage of black needles. Sweat dripped from the sides of the once confident troll's head. Forgive me. Before he could say another word, one of the claws reached out and touched his head. No! Gyllenhaal gurgled, his body melting into a red gush as he reached out for James. His suit, horns, and everything about him dripped to the ground, his body disappearing into a disgusting pile of bubbling red liquid. The black claws remained in the air above the troll's remains. James gulped as he saw them flex again, beginning to swirl around as that dreadful voice returned. Your turn. No! James shouted, crawling back as the black claws pointed right at him. They wove through the space above him like snakes, the needle points on the end of each glinting like obsidian. Thud. James felt his back hit one of the tombs as dust fell over him. Coughing through the cloud, he watched the hands of the dragon pierce the dirt a few inches away from his face before stopping. Didn't have to be this way, James. Thinking fast, James looked at the vial of dragon's blood in his claw. Without thinking, he tossed the entire thing, glass and all, right into his jaws and swallowed. The air grew stiff as everything began to shake. Daring to open his eyes, James saw the tombs trembling as the black claws shuddered in the air above his head. The dragon's roar was muted, as if it were coming out of another room. As it died away, the ceiling began to fall around him. Not again, James grumbled. Struggling to get to his feet, he felt the ground start to crumble beneath him. Chunks of the floor gave away, revealing a dark void beneath them that continued into seemingly nothing. Gasping for air, he felt someone lift up one of his arms before leading him to a nearby open passageway. Looking down, he saw the blue lady drag him along. Her face was determined and sure, even as glass shattered and murals crumbled off the walls around them. Getting to the passageway, she let James go and waved him on. Shaking his head, James tried to tell her to come with him, but his mouth refused to make a sound. Somehow, the woman understood what he meant and shook her head. Waving him away, she stood back within the crumbling tomb as rocks shattered and pieces of the ground fell into the void below, just as a mysterious spiked crown appeared on top of her head. Finally, turning away, James struggled to limp further into the escape tunnel, just as a giant stone fell, blocking the mysterious blue lady from view.